Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone can see me who's tuned into the stream. Good evening or good afternoon or good whatever time of day it is wherever you are. My name is Valentin Peretrukin, and on behalf of myself and all of my co-organizers, I'd like to welcome you to our virtual workshop, Debates on the Future of Robotics Research. We have three very exciting debates planned for you today, but I'd like to start with some brief background about this event, a quick introduction of our organizing committee, and some administrative info about how the debates will work. So some of you may have attended the first iteration of this workshop at ICRA 2019 in Montreal. And at that time, we only had 4 organizers, and we were very nervous about organizing such an unusual event. But driving us was a mutual love-hate relationship with panel discussions. Sometimes it could be insightful, but at other times, they produce only timid agreement and superficial dialogue. So we took inspiration from a set of debates organized at ICML, the Machine Learning Conference, and decided to try to organize a similar set at ICRA to encourage more lively and constructive discussion through a formal debate structure. Now, much to our delight, we had a very positive response from the robotics community, and our workshop was well attended. If you're interested, we wrote up the procedural, we wrote up last year's debates in a Robotics and Automation magazine article that's linked near the bottom of our website, roboticsdebates.org. Now, although we might not be able to recreate the same electric atmosphere of last year's in-person debates, we hope that this year's virtual event will build on much of the success of last year and create fruitful discussions amongst the debaters and amongst everyone watching around the world. Please note also that we will be posting a recording of this entire event on our website shortly after it concludes. Okay, so let me begin now with a quick introduction of this year's significantly larger organizing committee than just the 4 people we had last year. And many of our new members were very eager workshop participants last year. So I will ask each organizer to turn on their video feed when I introduce them and say a brief hello. So we will start with Matthew Gamu, a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto.
Hi, everyone.
Next, we have Lee Clement, an autonomy engineer at Oxbotica.
Hello.
Next, we have Sylvia Herbert, a professor at University of California, San Diego.
Hello.
Next, we have Brian Wang, a PhD candidate at Cornell.
Hi, everyone.
And Sarah Tang, an autonomy engineer at Neuro.
Good day, everyone.
Next, Felix von Dragowski, a researcher at Omron Scenic X, a company in Tokyo.
Hey, ICRA.
And we have Professor Florian Shkurti at the University of Toronto.
Hello.
Professor Jaime Fernandez-Fizak at Princeton.
Hello, everyone.
Professor Jonathan Kelly at the University of Toronto.
Hi, everybody.
And finally, as I introduced myself earlier, my name is Valentin Peretrukin, and I am a postdoc in Purgatory. Just finished my PhD and eagerly awaiting to start a postdoc at MIT in the fall. So the entire committee, which is a lot of us, has worked tirelessly to organize the debates this year, and we really hope you will enjoy them and enjoy the topics and the wonderful list of debaters and moderators that we've selected. The debates this year will follow a very similar format to last year, which you should see on your live stream now. Each debate will be 80 minutes long and feature 4 debaters, 2 arguing for and 2 arguing against a particular proposition. A moderator will be responsible for facilitating the discussion, enforcing time limits, and generally keeping the peace. This year, we also have 2 virtual hosts from the organizing committee who will introduce the topic and moderator, and then disappear into the void of Zoom cyberspace, but be present on the call to ensure the debate runs smoothly. As an audience member, you will be able to participate in the pre and post debate poll and contribute and vote on questions that you'd like to see the debaters address. Please use the embedded Slido form at the bottom of this video for both of these interactions, and let us know in our ICRA Slack channel, #WS4, if anything is awry. We want to emphasize that our debaters have graciously agreed to support a particular stance on a proposition that may not necessarily match their view in entirety. After the formal debate concludes with the closing statements and the final audience poll, we have allowed for several minutes of debrief time where participants are free to clarify or qualify their position if required and respond to further audience questions. We hope that this time will also lead to fruitful discussions about ways to move forward in light of the arguments presented during the debate. Finally, before we begin our first debate, we as an organizing committee understand that these are trying and unprecedented times all around the world. We'd like to say a few more words about the context in which these debates are occurring. And for that, I'd like to ask Lee to come to the virtual spotlight.
So thank you, Valentine. And again, welcome to everyone tuning in from wherever you may be. So as Valentine said, this is the second year that we're hosting this workshop. And needless to say, the circumstances under which we're gathered are quite different this year. It's clear that the pandemic has shaken the foundations of a world that many of us took for granted, demonstrating how decades of privatization and cuts to social services have left many countries utterly unprepared for a crisis of this magnitude, and that the real cost of policy decisions that place profit above people can be measured by the hundreds of thousands of lives cut short. This horrific toll has not been borne at all equally. More than anyone, it has affected migrant workers, refugees, the homeless, racialized minorities, and other people on the margins of the current social and economic order. At the same time, people worldwide are engaged in urgent struggles for the future of their communities, often facing violent state repression in the process. Here in Canada and in the United States, we're witnessing an unprecedented yet all too familiar wave of state-sanctioned violence against Black and Indigenous protesters who have dared to insist that their lives are anything but disposable. And for those of us who don't live under the constant threat of incarceration and police brutality, it can be difficult to fully grasp how the crisis in North America has come to pass. And it may seem even more difficult to see a connection between this crisis and our day-to-day work as researchers and engineers. But we can't ignore the direct line from the technological advances made in our field to the Predator surveillance drone circling the city of Minneapolis last Friday, nor to the facial recognition technologies used by police to target communities that are noticeably underrepresented amongst roboticists. Now, more than ever, is the time for us to look critically at our field and to discuss openly and honestly the ways in which we have been complicit, knowingly or not, in upholding racist and classist systems of oppression, and to identify ways in which we can work to mitigate these harms. Now is also the time for us to listen to Black and Indigenous thinkers in and beyond our own institutions who for decades now have been pointing the way towards a more just and equitable future. Now, as Valentine alluded to earlier, this spirit of open and honest discussion is precisely the reason that this debates workshop exists. And there are many challenges that come along with the debate format, the main one being, how do you choose good debate topics? Our goal has always been to choose topics that are provocative enough to be entertaining, while also fostering constructive conversations that can nudge the field from where it is now towards somewhere better. And we think that the best way to do this is by calling into question institutions, practices, and assumptions within the field that often go unquestioned, whether that means critically discussing the value of in-person conferences or debating the economic viability of consumer robotics. And just as we can begin to imagine alternatives to policing, to prisons, and privatization that are not rooted in violence and capital accumulation, we can also imagine alternative ways of conducting ourselves as a research and professional community that prioritize inclusivity, community empowerment, and dignity. This is an ambitious goal, to be sure, but it's one that we hope will animate today's discussions and spark conversations beyond the scope of this workshop. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over now to Sylvia and Felix to introduce our first debate.
Thank you, Lee. I think I'm on the picture. If not, you remember, I'm Felix from Omron-Sonics in Tokyo, and I research autonomous assembly and manipulation.
And I'm Sylvia Herbert. I graduated from Claire Tomlin's lab at UC Berkeley and will be starting as an assistant professor at UC San Diego. I work on safety in robotics and autonomous systems. Many of us here have had the energizing and invigorating experience of attending an ICRA conference in person. Bringing our robotics community together has many positive impacts on the field and our collective network. However, reflection on the effect in-person conferences has on issues such as climate change, accessibility, and the recent COVID-19 pandemic raises questions on the net benefit of in-person conferences. Therefore, we are excited to introduce the topic of our first debate. The costs of large global in-person conferences like ICRA outweigh the benefits.
As Valentin mentioned, the debaters will now take up clear positions and present compelling arguments for either of their sides. But they can clarify or debrief their points after the final audience poll, if they wish. To moderate this debate, we're delighted to introduce Professor Oliver Brock, who many will remember as an enthusiastic debater from last year's conference on the topic of deep learning. Thank you for returning again this year, Oliver.
My pleasure.
So
I guess, okay, great. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first debate. Thanks to the organizer for letting me participate in this debate workshop again. The topic already was introduced, and so what remains for me to be done is to introduce the debaters. I think we have a fantastic team. There are two people in the for corner, so for the statement that we're debating and against large conferences. And there are two people against the statement and trying to defend the large conferences that we've been used to. In the for corner, in the green corner, we have Ruzena Bajcsy, who I think it is fair to say is one of the most distinguished researchers in our field. She got her PhD from Stanford, and Stanford will be a recurring theme in my introduction. And she's a member of the National Academy of Engineering and also in the National Academy of Medicine, indicating that she's not only a distinguished researcher in our field, but also in other fields. She is a recipient of the Benjamin Franklin Medal for Computer and Cognitive Sciences. But I think most importantly, at least for me personally, is her pioneering work in the area of active vision, which I think is receiving a tremendous comeback in robotics. And I think is a really fantastic idea that will shape robotics for years to come. Also in the green corner is Katherine Kuchenbecker, who comes to us from what I might want to call the Mount Olympus of academia. She is director of the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems. For those of you who are not familiar with the Max Planck Institutes, basically this is the idea of the German government of inviting the smartest people from all over the world and having them do research while removing most of the boundaries that one might experience in a normal academic setting. She was named one of the Popular Science Brilliant 10, and she also, in addition to her research in haptics, co-founded and is chief scientist for 2 companies. This is team number 1. Team number 2 is against the statement and trying to defend conferences. And here we also have 2 very distinguished people. First, Steve LaValle, who joins us from the University of Oulu, but you know that he was at Urbana-Champaign before, also at Stanford, which by the way, Katherine also was at Stanford. After his stay at UIUC, he actually joined Oculus, which you guys probably have heard was purchased by Facebook for several billion with a B dollars. He literally wrote the book on motion planning that replaced the previous book on motion planning. So I think everybody who learns about motion planning has read Steve's writing. He was named as one of 6 professors named University Scholar at the University of Illinois. And I met him when he was a postdoc at Stanford. The final contender in our debate is Greg Dudek from McGill and also leading a large research lab at Samsung. You guessed it, he also has a connection to Stanford. He actually was their visiting professor twice. The fact that he actually is on the board of directors of the Rochinski Center of the Fine Arts shows that he is a true Renaissance person, a scholar of all trades. His research is on localization, mapping, and navigation. Actually, he was one of the first to show a formal proof, or he was the first to show a formal proof of the complexity of global robot localization. So these are our contenders. We will start our debate with each of them giving a 5-minute statement of their opening arguments. And we will start with Katherine.
Thank you, Oliver. It's really my pleasure to be here arguing in favor of this statement we've been asked to debate. So I started attending these large global in-person conferences like ICRA when I was a PhD student in the early 2000s. And I think I've attended over 30 conferences, these large international conferences. Most recently in November 2019, I gave a plenary talk in Macau at IROS. And I've also organized the IEEE Haptic Symposium 7 times, including twice as a co-chair. So these experiences have given me a lot of insights into conferences. And to help you all judge the statement we've been asked to debate, I would really like to focus on the costs incurred by such conferences, starting with humanity as a whole and narrowing down to the individual. So first, climate costs. Thousands of people flying from around the world to and from one destination emits enormous amounts of carbon dioxide into our atmosphere and is fundamentally increasing global warming. Second, these conferences also have enormous financial costs. You know as well as I do that research funding is scarce and our grants that we get to support our work are hard won, and the money comes from taxpayers. Conference registration fee is what we have to pay to go to a conference like ICRA. It can be up to $1,000, sometimes more. And you might wonder why. Well, a cup of coffee that you get to drink at a conference costs like $6 and a box lunch is $40. It's absurdly expensive to put on events in these large venues. They're making a lot of money off of academics and our grants. Not to mention the hotel rooms, $400 or $500 a night. That's like 1 month's rent. So the third main cost is accessibility. We're lucky, I'm lucky, I've been able to go to so many conferences. Many people can't, maybe because they don't have enough money, they don't have a grant, maybe they don't have enough personal funds to pay for themselves to fly to Macau, maybe they can't get a visa to enter that country, maybe they have health issues like a back problem that they can't sit on a plane, or family responsibilities. Should those people be excluded from these major conferences in our field? There's also a fourth cost, and that's a scientific cost. By putting all the talks together, sometimes 2 interesting talks or 3 that I want to attend are at the same time in parallel sessions. And I have to choose one or the other, or they're so far apart in the venue, I have to run through these dark halls searching for the right room. That's ridiculous. The talks are gone after they happen, but we put so much time and energy into making these presentations about our work. They should be preserved. Sometimes papers are put in a bad fit, no one hears your arguments, or you get, it's at 8 a.m. the day after the banquet. And another thing is the quality of the questions and answers that can be done in a conference isn't to the level that I would love, where we have deeper scientific discussions. It's hard to ask and answer. I've seen many times when a speaker doesn't even understand the question because they're so freaked out, or they can't understand what the person is trying to ask. They need more time to think and answer. The fifth cost I'd like to highlight is all the way down to the individual. Well, first of all, obviously, jet lag sucks. It is very uncomfortable and feels horrible. You also run the risk of catching many infectious diseases, not just COVID-19, but chickenpox, the flu, pink eye, or food poisoning. And even if those people who are crammed into that tiny room with you at ICRA in the basement don't have some disease you're gonna get, they might smell. And I have definitely witnessed poor air quality and bad smelling, either body odor or too much perfume. And here through Zoom, you don't have to smell me. That's a big benefit. Conferences also, the food and drink is not always that great. The coffee's usually terrible. They often run out, and then you're jet lagged, no coffee, delirious, running around the conference center. Not to mention all the time you had to spend planning the trip and filling out your reimbursement form at the end. Nobody likes doing travel reimbursements. So I hope I've started to convince you that these in-person conferences we've become used to in our field have enormous costs to the climate, financial costs, accessibility costs, scientific costs, and personal costs that I don't think we can afford.
Thank you very much for these arguments. We're going to right away switch to Ruzena.
Thank you very much. As you just heard from Katherine, large global in-person conferences have many costs. But of course, they also have benefits, such as sharing your work with other scientists around the world. You might think that attending a conference is the only way we really interact with each other. This is not true. Telepresence and telecommunication technology can enable us to interact remotely in a rich and realistic way. I have researched this issue more than 20 years ago at that time, but at that time the situation was very different. When we started in the 90s, the cost was an issue. Cameras, bunch of cameras, you had to have computation, a lot of microphones, but most importantly, fast broadband telecommunication was not easily available. Delays dropping packets produced images, sounds that were interrupted and perceptually unacceptable to the audience for most part. That has changed today. Now, that's not exactly true because I have one student who lives in an apartment where it's kind of staccato. That is different. That's how you are hearing and seeing me right now. Of course, teleconferencing technology has some limitation and it's still being developed. Engineers and developers around the world are working to make it even better, and we can all engage in that effort. I will argue that perceptually missing information for creating true presence is the delivery of tactile haptic information. We can display visual and audio information, but thus far there is no easy display of tactile haptic perception. However, what is missing is the physical experience of being connected with other person. As you may know me, I like to hug, and I can't hug you. That's really a missing component. This is especially demonstration of real hardware is missing. This is especially true in the field of robotics. Importantly, your interaction with colleagues don't have to be limited to virtual conferences. If you enjoy running into old friends at big conferences, take the time to proactively look through the author list and contact 2 or 3 people you haven't seen in a while. So, at the next time you are planning a vacation or visiting relatives, write to a researcher and at a local university or research institution. So use the other opportunities to connect in person with people. But what is going to be the next normal? Many people ask me and I ask myself. I venture to forecast that it will be more a frugal life, which will include less travel, more concentrated time on producing results than just promoting them. I really, and some of my students and colleagues heard me saying this, I really object to this every 3 months a paper. You can't solve serious big problems in 3 months.
Thank you. Sorry, are you done? Because, yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Ruzena. Let me intervene here for just one quick second before we switch to the against side. One of the hazards of this new online format is that people like me screw up in some major ways. I was supposed to ask the audience actually prior to the debaters presenting their views to do a poll. So I would still like you to do that, and please do in your poll provide an answer that was not influenced by the arguments that you have just heard. I know that that's difficult, but I think, you know, the longer we wait, the more arguments. So I just was notified that I've unlocked it again. So now everybody can vote. This will be open for a couple of minutes and then it will close. Again, I profoundly apologize for my screw up. I think that this will not qualify as a scientific result. But maybe we will still have some interesting debate. So with this, I would like to switch over to Steve. 5 minutes from now.
Oh, yes, great. Thank you. Thank you very much to the organizers and to Oliver. And you know, I'm very happy to be here and to present the case on the opposing side. I have nothing but deep respect for Ruzena and Katherine, so I wish I weren't on the opposing side, but nevertheless, here I go. So you've heard about costs and opportunities, and certainly costs being emphasized. I'm going to emphasize the benefits of the in-person conferences. And maybe at the end, if I have time, I can mention a bit about how one might try to reduce the actual costs that are possible to reduce. So one thing I want to point out is that the value or benefit is individual. So it's for each person, really. And that varies across person to person. And it's hard to just sort of make a simple formula and sort of add all of that up and call it the total value of a conference. It really depends on the people. And certainly taking every event, every talk, every session that you have and replacing those with an online version doesn't add up to the sort of real value of the in-person conference. You probably knew that, but let me try to organize the difference into three main themes. One of them I'll call sustained immersion. So when you do suffer through the jet lag, you all get together in the same time zone for several days. So 24/7, you're completely immersed. You've gotten rid of the daily distractions. You're not sort of as interruptible. With your smartphones, you are a bit, but you're not as interruptible as you normally would be. And you're completely immersed in the robotics research and culture. I think this generates a powerful, sustained illusion that everyone around you, it's a whole community of people with strong interrelated expertise and values, deeply caring about the field. You feel like that's your whole world for several days. Even though you're 1 in a million on the earth, you feel all together. And I think human beings naturally adapt to that and to their surroundings in that way. And that makes a powerful sense of community, purpose, support, and motivation. That leads to my next point. Sustained immersion was first. 2 is planned accidental discovery. So this oxymoron, the idea is that, you know, if I know what I'm looking for, I can find YouTube videos, find a book. If I have really good connections, I can contact a famous person and maybe ask them a question. But what's really important are these sort of so-called accidental kind of events or encounters that happen during conferences. And so I believe the conference is set up in such a way so that we have many of these. They could be impromptu debates in the corridors, maybe a friendly summary of some group's latest research that you have over lunch. Maybe you just, because you're there all the time, you may drop into an unusual talk just to sort of kill time. This has happened to me again and again, and you discover something truly amazing and surprising. You may go out to the trade show and find some unusual products you had no idea about. So this is happening thousands of times for all of these densely packed participants, which we don't like to think about during COVID times, but in general, this thing is happening, and this discovery is propagating throughout the community at a very fast pace. I think this gives fresh ideas, perspectives, and boosts even the confidence of the people in the field, and I think it's critical to the health of the community. The third point I want to make, so it's sustained immersion, planned accidental discovery, and then the third point is career inspiration. So, and again, this varies from person to person, as I said. Individual differences certainly depends on a person's level of seniority or visibility in the conference. Depends in some ways on their core research interests, but certainly I would expect nationality, gender, race, and so on to factor into that. And so there is substantial value in finding people, even again in this planned accidental discovery way, finding people who may have common values, similar taste in research, maybe even share the same kinds of struggles that you've gone through in some ways. And so junior researchers or students may draw inspiration from personal encounters with more senior researchers. They may give impromptu advice, may even serve as role models. The senior people might even be aware that they're serving as role models, but they're doing that. And so this is a very important kind of thing. Just to have some little off-the-record kinds of comments or guidance is really very valuable in these kinds of ways. These are intangible kinds of things. I think that costs tend to be more tangible than benefits in this kind of thing. And so it's a really hard thing to measure because these benefits could be very long-term, very difficult to measure. And so I see people coming together from so many parts of the world, providing these kind of benefits, leading to these kind of relationships they build, which eventually could lead to collaborations and support from the community. And this is very important. I myself struggled personally with this, and I could see it sort of gradually happen from a shy grad student that's afraid to talk to anybody to being a more senior researcher with many people kind of following me around at the conference, especially students and younger researchers. And it's been a wonderful transition. For me, the ability to experience other parts of the world immersed with my robotics friends has also been very valuable. I was never able to travel growing up, and this was very important to improve my perspective on the world. I probably would not be a professor today if it were not for this large amount of global travel. That's it for my statement.
Thank you very much, Steve. And for the final 5-minute arguments, we turn over to Greg.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and make 9 different points. And I'm going to argue, of course, that large global in-person conferences are well worth the cost. And I think it's charming that Ruzena and Katherine have taken up such a futile argument. I respect their courage. And I'm going to presuppose that the COVID-19 world that we're living in today will pass, just as the 1918 flu epidemic eventually passed. So I think it's obvious that virtual meetings are not going to go away, but nor are they a complete replacement for traditional in-person conferences. And I think they're not even close. Anybody who attended a past ICRA, such as the one in 2019, and now this 2020 meeting, despite the valiant efforts of the organizers this year, can immediately perceive how different that experience is, and I think how impoverished it is. I think if you really think virtual meetings are a good replacement for real meetings, then you're possibly a robot yourself. The weak analogy between virtual and real meetings is kind of like comparing junk food to a healthy, multi-course Parisian meal that we should have been eating tonight. Sadly, virtual meetings are a shallow reflection of, I think, the more complete experience that we really want to have. And they're not sufficient in the long term. They're great in the short term as a supplement. Our lives, even our scientific engagements, are about human relationships. That's key to all human undertaking, including science. And creating those relationships depends on intensive focus and interaction. And there's a vast literature in psychology and physiology that supports that claim. And so to appreciate the value of in-person conferences in this diverse way, I want to mention several of the nuanced activities that conferences entail, many of which I saw as the general chair of ICRA last year. So the most obvious aspect of conferences is, of course, the exposition of the ideas through the presentations and the structured discussions. That's superficially the most obvious thing. We all see that right away, but that's in fact only a small piece of the much larger whole. And I think seeing only that is kind of like looking at the ocean and seeing the boats and the spume on the top of the sea, and think you understand the ocean from that. There's way more going on. Conferences allow attendees, and especially the newbies, the new students, to gain an awareness of the nuances, the concerns, the questions, the undercurrents that are underlying the discussions that are being presented and the arguments that are being presented. And often these things are so subtle and often impolitic that they're not going to be presented in a talk or in a virtual chat room. Social interactions at conferences can develop a kind of respect and trust with people that lead to subsequent scientific collaboration. Humans, we know, are intensely social, and building human bonds is known to be a contributory factor to subsequent scientific success. And Ruzena pointed that out. Paul Erdős went and lived with people when they worked on a paper until the result was completed. And Albert Einstein, he claimed his only collaborator was a guy he made friends with in university, Michel Besso. Both of these people and many others depended on their friendships to sustain their scientific relationships. And I think building those friendships depends on that in-person contact. I had a long chat with Steve earlier this week about this debate, and I don't think we would have had such a fruitful and productive discussion if I hadn't met him repeatedly over many conferences and built that in-person relationship. Like meeting somebody in virtual space, it's great, but it's not a great way to build a new, strong friendship. The development of community bonds is, I think, a required precursor also to dedication to that community. The bonds within the community, the people in it, through direct human experience, that engenders the kind of dedication that you need to do the heavy lifting. If I hadn't come to love this community and the people in it through many direct personal interactions, I don't think I would have devoted the crazy time it took to be ICRA chair last year. Conferences permit the development of friendships and alliances for people whose lives are deeply bound to their career. In fact, many of us whose lives, like me, is their career. Human experience for researchers shouldn't be overlooked. Living your life through your career is a wonderful thing, but you need to make that a little bit richer than sitting in front of a Zoom meeting all day. The virtual world is okay for sustaining established friendships, but it's not great for creating them ab initio. The trade shows provide exposure to physical products and services and the people who deliver them that is actually quite important. The trade show experience is almost impossible to replicate in the virtual world, both for researchers and especially for the companies involved. As my colleague Dave Meager at McGill said, seeing the physical robots at the trade show, the contests and the demos, gives everybody an idea of the state of the art and the real world, at the real world product level, the physical things that break or don't work or do work. Conferences allow for media exposure and public visibility, and that in turn impacts the perception and the funding of our discipline. And the press itself advises in many places that if you want to have an effective press conference, you have to have people who are charismatic speakers, you have to build a personal bond with the journalists, you have to hook them. It's a little bit like advertising, of course, but it depends on that personal connection. Eighth, and almost last, conferences allow for stimulation of the local government and industrial and educational fabric by the presence, the energy, and all the hype that the conference brings. When we go to a city as a community, we energize that community with respect to our underlying discipline. And finally, big conferences provide an important kind of exposure to the diversity of style and personalities and cultures that make our entire world work and let our discipline find fruition. I think many forces today encourage xenophobia and factionalism and groupthink, and it's clearly demonstrated in many things that are happening in the world today. And big conferences are almost unique in their ability to counter those forces and build bridges between regions and between cultures, between interest groups, by mixing people together in a single metaphorical walk where you really understand the perspectives of these different kinds of groups. And lastly, I got one more comment. Okay. Well, let me make one last point. If you think that flying less is the way to solve the CO2 problem,
we're going to have a debate. We're going to have a debate now.
It's like solving biodiversity by not swatting flies.
So we're going to have a debate, and you will be able to give your arguments or counter arguments to what other people have said in the past. So now we have 20 minutes of debate. We'll also take some questions from the audience, but I would like to start with two comments from the Slido channel. Let me just read them out, and maybe then I'll comment on it and decide on how to proceed. The first one is posted by a user called Diversity Reduce the Bias. It was voted up 51 times. Why not have more diversity in speakers? There's already a bias in selection of speakers in this panel. Give space to people whose voices are not heard, even within the robotics and AI community. And the second post, voted up 29 times, posted by user Time to Hear Not Speak, says, no speaker from the Black community. Your audience can suggest many if you're unable to create a panel representative of your audience. Most members of your elite panel have too many platforms available to them to voice their views. Time for some of them to give spaces to underrepresented voices. I think these are really excellent points, and I think these are excellent points that we should and must make all the time, basically, during these times. I'm not sure how, as a moderator and with these panelists, I can now respond to this, given that the panel is the way it is and that the topic that we're supposed to discuss is the topic of large conferences. So I just wanted to read these out, and maybe in the very final debriefing period, if people from the audience want to bring this up, we can make this a part of the discussion again. But right now, I think I would like to focus on actually the topic that we're supposed to discuss here. I hope that that is okay with everybody and not regarded as disrespectful to those views, which I very much support and appreciate. Okay, so maybe who would like to respond to the things that people have to that people have made in the past 20 minutes? I mean, out of the panelists. Let's start with the panelists. I'm sure you're itching to respond, and Greg already did, actually.
I mean, I can say a couple things. Thank you, Oliver. Actually, I'd first like to quickly comment on the questions you read. I recognize that our panel could be even more diverse. We do represent different ages, different genders, different countries, and so I trust that the organizers did their best to try, but we are all limited by our personal networks. And I'm going to connect now to the topic. And these real in-person conferences, as Steve argued and Greg as well, they do reinforce existing social networks. They give people who are already power players in robotics or whatever field the conference is taking place in the chance to strengthen and build those networks. And people who are on the inside, they deeply appreciate that. But of course, that's simultaneously a disadvantage for access, as I argued in my arguments, that I would love it if the things we're working on and discovering and publishing in our ICRA papers could be accessible to the whole world, to young students, to young people everywhere, no matter what university they happen to be attending, whatever privileges they've happened to be able to access so far. When we move a conference to a virtual online platform and say now have the talks available to everyone around the world at any time, as long as they have an internet connection and a device, which is definitely not a given, but it's much broader than the ranks of people who can pay to fly around the world to be in this privileged community for several days in a row, I think we spread ideas faster and give the chance for that community to vote on which ideas or talks or speakers they find most meaningful or impactful to reach a much wider audience. And so, Oliver, I tried to connect to our virtual conference topic to some extent to these arguments, but I'd love to hear Ruzena or others as well.
I like to make a comment, if I may. Oliver, is it okay?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So one thing that popped into my mind is that we don't have a color diversity on this panel, but we certainly have an age diversity on this panel, which is very important when I look at the group of people that you showed in the very beginning. It really was remarkable that when I started in the late 60s, this is how far I go, okay? I knew everybody in the community because the community was small, okay? Today, when I look at except for the people from Berkeley and one or two others, I couldn't recognize the names. I couldn't recognize. So it tells you how far the community has grown. But coming back to the argument, I don't think that the argument should be one or the other. To my mind, ladies and gentlemen, and I can tell you the reasons, but the number of congresses and conferences has grown out of proportion. And that was my last remark. Every 3 months, you can go to a different meeting if you choose to. And that promotes a certain superficiality of the work that the students feel compelled to go to these conferences and present a 3 month kind of effort. To my mind, what I think is going to be the new normal, that people will be more frugal and will be more selective which conferences they go to. Maybe once a year a conference is enough to make all those personal connections and show all the hardware and et cetera, and make all those points that Greg listed on his slide. But I don't believe that you really have to go every 2-3 months to a conference.
So Ruzena, you're already moving to trying to find a solution, which is fantastic. But I think we should keep that for the end and keep the spirit of the debate, where you know we sort of try to test the waters of these arguments, check if they're waterproof or if they're counter arguments, and then in the end come to a conclusion and maybe to some suggestions of how we should organize conferences in the future to make them better.
Okay. No, Ollie, if Ruzena wants to come over to our side, we welcome her. You stay out of it.
No, I'm just realistic, and I don't believe that there is black and white. Life is never black and white. Believe me, after 87 years, I can tell.
We believe you. So, Greg, you sounded like you wanted to respond something.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that can be said. I mean, certainly diversity is a critical thing, and I'm gonna sidestep that huge issue because it's so important that I think it would be almost indecent not to just pay lip service now. And I'm really glad you addressed it. But I think one of the things, there's a study back in 2001 that was done by people at Xerox PARC, and it's substantiated by their data that suggests that using the internet to build interactions actually leads to a winner-take-all system. And I think we see that a little bit when we look at these giant lists of papers, that you skim the list, you find famous names or famous institutions, and you zero in on those papers first because you're drowning in that overabundance of material. And so I think, in fact, in some ways, the virtual format, and things like archive in particular, which is like super virtual, right? There's no visible presentation at all, emphasizes even more strongly the winners who are already in the field. And so I think one of the nice things about the physical presentations is that you end up sitting in a room and you actually see a series of talks, maybe because you're too lazy to move, or maybe because it's structurally built like that. We created RSS because we met it physically at an ICRA meeting. And in its initial inception or conception, RSS was created to be a single track conference where you'd essentially be forced to sit there and listen to every talk by every speaker across domains and across disciplines. And that's something that you can achieve much more readily in a face-to-face interaction. Even if you're sitting at a lunch with somebody, you know, you talk about this series of subjects and you get exposed to a range of ideas that weren't necessarily the ones that you came in with. Whereas we all know that there's this funneling process that happens on the internet.
Greg, this very much jives with the two other top-rated questions from the audience that I would like to read, and then maybe the side can respond to Greg's comments and to those audience questions. One person asks, if all conferences go virtual, won't it further limit future opportunities for young students, especially underrepresented? Now the question moved away. Where did it go? Well, the idea is clear, right? Aren't the young people, the people that need to establish themselves within the community, aren't those the people that are actually, oh, now it's back. The other question is, aren't conferences less important for established and well-connected researchers, but more important for new researchers that need to be integrated into the community? And it also serves as a reward for long, hard, and often lonely work. So basically, I guess, conferences as a means to introduce new people and to create diversity and to create sort of a fairer society, scientific society, I mean. Catherine and Ruzena.
Okay,
Oliver, go ahead.
I say that the virtual or non-virtual, it doesn't select people who talk. I mean, it's the conference committee, and it is the conference committee that should be more aware and promoting the upcoming young people. Now, sometimes may feel that they have no chance in these big conferences, and hence I heard many arguments, even in my past, why people started small, these symposia and workshops and etc., so that the young people who didn't, who were not known, that they have a chance. But I don't think that has very much to do with virtual or non-virtual.
Thank you, Ruzena. I just want to build on a couple of comments. First, I think we need to give virtual conferences a chance to evolve and improve. Like, we're looking at first prototypes and comparing them to a very thoroughly evolved in-person conference, which, as I can tell you as a conference organizer, every year you rethink, whether it's ICRA, IRAS, or another conference, you have adapted your format over the years to meet the needs of your community and try to make it as great of an experience as possible. And currently, virtual conferences, we're still very much in the prototyping phase and the what works. I went to German Chi a couple weeks ago. My students are watching HRI talks, we're doing ICRA workshops. So we need to give chances for the medium, the alternative, to evolve, and so we can realize more of the benefits we love and of in-person conferences in other formats. And I think it's absolutely possible. We're creative individuals to even address inequities that we see. I actually like the virtual conference format because it gives every speaker a chance to be heard and forever to anyone in the world, whether that's a journalist or their friend from grade school, their mother. Like, no one has seen these students. So I would argue more people will appreciate the work, and it has a greater chance of dissemination when it's shared and archived online. My IRAS talk, my plenary, they didn't even record it or share it. It's gone. That just drives me crazy in terms of the accessibility. And then my last comment is, we each, I think, perceive the benefits of in-person conferences differently at our career stages. And I remember this very vividly when I went to my first ICRA as a faculty member. I was so focused on the talks because I'd always been the speaker presenting my work. I love it. And I had been disappointed when it was in the bad session or at 8 in the morning and no one asked good questions. And I felt so disappointed. I'd worked so hard. But Vijay Kumar, who at the time was another professor at Penn with me, He said, Katherine, ICRA and IRA's not about the talks. I don't go to any talks. Maybe he goes to his own students. It's about all the meetings and the people. And I think we can create forums and have sessions and workshops and deep scientific interactions and social. I mean, I'm about to hire a postdoc. I've only met through Zoom. And I've been doing research for 11 weeks only through Zoom. And I think we're being just as productive. I had like 7 virtual meetings already today. I think we had really good ideas. We can do science. We can build relationships digitally. It's we need to give it more time to evolve.
So I think Katherine is putting her finger on the main question, at least from my perspective. What are the consequences on science if we stop meeting in person? And this again jives with one of the questions from the audience. To what extent are academic conferences purely social events, right?
Well, Oliver, you tweaked it. It's not stop all in-person interactions. It's arguing against large global in-person conferences. We can have smaller conferences. We can visit each other. Ruzena talked about going and visiting a colleague at their lab, going in their lab, seeing live demos, meeting with their students. You know, you're not forbidden from doing this. We're arguing against ICRA-like conferences.
Yep. Good. Sorry for didn't mean to put words in your mouth.
I think the issue is that the small meetings, which are of course valuable, are going to reinforce the small local connections, and they don't let you build those externalized ones. As I mentioned earlier, I know Steve because I met him at a conference. He's not in my local community. I never would have met him otherwise. I got to do my first sabbatical at Stanford because I met people from Stanford at a meeting. Again, it would have been incredibly hard to build that relationship purely through virtual means. Not inconceivable, just really hard. And with each of these new technologies, radio, TV, theater, people thought that it was going to supplant some pre-existing mechanism. Maybe not theater. That would been around a long time. But you know, there was the thought that TV would crush radio, and that movies would be erased by television, and that some internet, the Netflix, would wipe out a whole series of other things. This just doesn't happen. We add these to our repertoire, but to say, now we should turn off this pre-existing one is critical. And Oliver, saying they're only social, I mean, I don't believe that in the first place, but even if that was true, social interaction is the key to basically everything we are.
Does anybody want to respond to that?
I mean, honestly, I think science should be mainly about the quality of your work and not who you know. I want my papers to be judged by what I write. I have hoped for years that the robotics research community would move to double-blind papers so that when people review my work, they don't know it's me. They don't know I'm a woman, a white woman who comes from privileged Mount Olympus. I want them to judge me for what we have done, what my students and I have accomplished in the paper, and how well we described it. Did we convince you? And so I would argue that that's what we should care about, not does someone know you or who I know and is my name recognizable. And I see I'm jumping and bringing in something else, but Greg, yes, science is social, but science should really be focused on the quality of our work.
Science should be based on scientific evidence and facts, but human beings are social. They need that. They need that at many levels, as Steve pointed out well, right? And they need that to force them to be exposed to new things that they would have stayed inside of if they just stayed in their little virtual bubble.
But I agree with you that people are social. And as I said, I like to hug people. I mean, that's part of my cultural but Jewish Slavic background. But it doesn't, but when I go to ICRA, I don't hug 2,000 people, okay? Let's face it, okay? So I think that, as Katherine pointed out, there are ways how we can facilitate these personal interactions and not to have these humongous conferences. In fact, I am arguing against too many of those, maybe one at the year. There are other institutes, and Katherine runs one at Berkeley. There is the Simon Institute, where people are invited per month to come, and a group around a certain topic, they come, and the rest of us go to some of their talks. And so there are other mechanisms for facilitating this personal interaction. And it's not clear to me, having organized and lived through the 70s, the ICCV and ECCV and so forth and so on, that is the best way to forge these personal interactions.
Thank you all very much for this lively discussion. We will now move to the next point in the program, which are the closing remarks. We will go in the same order that we had the opening remarks, and everybody has 2.5 minutes for their closing remarks. I'm actually going to time those on a stopwatch, and I would like you to try to be on time. So we start with Katherine.
Thank you, Oliver. I'd like to just summarize again my opening arguments that there are significant costs to these large in-person conferences, some that are obvious, like the money, and others that are hidden. Others I didn't even mention, like the huge organizational cost and planning, and it's like planning 5 weddings back to back. Anyone who's been a conference chair knows that. But I'd like to make focus, so you remember, they're big costs. We have to pay something, time and money and getting exposed to diseases and suffering jet lag, etc. But I want to amplify some of the things Ruzena mentioned and focus on the positive, that this is not our only choice. We're not doomed to continue in the way. We must evolve. As scientists, we need to respond and learn. And COVID-19 has forced us into a new normal. Let's choose from it some benefits and envision a future that has fewer costs and more benefits. And you can get the benefits of these large and global conferences in other ways. You can reach out to people without running into them by the coffee. Maybe you can go visit researchers individually. And I personally don't think mixing work and vacation is the best plan. You can just go on vacation and travel around the world and perhaps have a more meaningful experience than just simply going wherever the next global conference has been planted by the organizers. So with that, thank you for considering my arguments. I hope I have helped convince you that the costs of large global in-person conferences like ICRA greatly outweigh the benefits.
Thank you, Katherine. You would have another minute if you wanted to add something.
I'm good, thanks.
All right, wonderful. Then, Ruzena, you're next.
I would be fool if I would not acknowledge the personal connections are very important. And history of science shows us that the scientists, especially since I come from Central Europe, you know, there is a long history of the Hungarian physicists traveling to Berlin and back and forth, and there was a big interaction between Vienna and Berlin and Prague and Budapest. So personal interactions are very important. Nevertheless, we have to, as a community, we have to think very carefully what is the best way, what are the, and there would be only one format, but what are the several formats of accomplishing A, the best science to promote, and B, cultivate the next generation of future scientists. So that's my.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And we'll move to Steve. Your sound does not work, Steve.
Sorry. Okay.
Here we go. Yeah.
Sorry, just wanted to remind my main 3 points. Sustained immersion, this is spending several days together in the same time zone, leading to the second point, planned accidental discovery. All of these extra things sort of happening, connecting all around that seem unpredictable, but we expect many of them to happen. And then third being this career inspiration. Based on some of the discussions, I wanted to make some points. So a couple of Katherine's points made me think, well, you know, the material that goes on at the conferences, the talks, all that stuff should be streamed and available to everybody for free anyway. I've given all my books away all the time. I mean, I don't understand why that stuff and anything is behind paywalls, and academia is ridiculous. So that has nothing to do, I feel like, with online or not. It just should be done. Like, you know, there's still a physical conference, just stream the talks. It's easy to do. So I think that's important. And also, I think the costs are outrageous in a lot of ways of conferences, conference hotels. I agree with that. So just cut that down. But also with Ruzena's point of maybe there's too many conferences. Well, going from the value of 0 to 1 conference is a lot. The 4th to 5th one is not as much. So that makes natural sense. And I finally want to conclude with one of my most memorable moments was in 1996 at ICRA when I was very nervous in the corridors. And I said, oh my God, I think that's Ruzena Bajcsy. I'm going to go and try to talk to her. I still remember like every second of that. Did I say something wrong? Was I okay? Gosh, I don't know. But that was the beginning of my relationship with Ruzena. And I remember that. And I don't know why. We were there. I don't know why, but we were at the same place and I recognized her. So that was wonderful.
Thank you, Steve. And the last word of the closing statements is from Greg.
Okay, so costs are not intrinsically bad. It's about priorities. If Katherine is putting her students in $400 and $500 hotels, as she mentioned in her opening statements, I can see why she's doing well recruiting students. But that's unbelievable. As ICRA general chair, I didn't see many people taking up our $400 hotels. The costs of US education are ludicrous. Like the cost of travel is about 4.2% of the cost of getting a graduate education. So fix some other problem, right? Don't fix biodiversity by not swatting a mosquito. There are other things to fix. And as a country and as a civilization, we can choose where to spend the money. And if travel is a good thing for our students, then we should prioritize that and not like nickel and dime on the things that are wrong, that are beneficial to the world. By the way, jet lag's not so bad either. Some hardship is part of the beauty of life. No pain, no gain. When you're really sleepy, you're much more receptive to new ideas. That's why the CIA uses that. I think using only virtual meetings reinforces the hegemony. It leads to this feedback loop where you just look for the things you know and you read those same things and you're not forced to be exposed to new stuff. I think there's an interesting idea about preserving your talks. And I think there's a challenging comment I want to suggest that in fact, maybe the problem of overabundance actually reinforces again the same winning people getting all the airtime. And so maybe we should delete all recordings. Everything is up there for a little while. You can watch it now and then take it away later. I don't really believe that, but there are people in the music industry who have argued recently that bringing back old recordings from 20 years ago kills recent musicians. And so we should no longer sell recordings of older music. I think that's ludicrous, but it's an interesting position that actually keeping every old talk by Katherine because they're so great means some new student of mine never gets any airtime. Of course, you should keep my recordings because they're not that great, so they don't compete as hard. I think this idea of cultural exposure is really, really important. Going to other places and seeing other cultures is good for everybody and especially for us. Let's fix the real problems. The real problems are not the fact that we get too much exposure at these international meetings. I got 14 seconds, so.
Do you want to just use them?
No, I'm going to show how parsimonious I am.
Thank you very much, everybody. And now I would like to, at least to a very small degree, remedy my mistake, or at least do the right thing now, of announcing the post-debate audience poll opening. Again, I apologize for not doing that in the beginning. But let's at least acknowledge that there was a clear advantage to the pro side because they were actually allowed to give their arguments. So we should take that into account in interpreting the results. The polls are open. I will not see the polls as they evolve. They will be posted to me later. The next 20 minutes we will spend on a moderated panel debrief, including some audience questions from Slido. Now, I think much of the discussion that we've had and also many of the comments on Slido actually are making concrete suggestions for how we shouldn't maybe decide for one or the other, but how both models have advantages, how both models can serve, for example, to increase diversity. For example, people can actually attend conferences if they're virtual, but they can enter the social, circuits if they're real. So there are advantages to both. And my question maybe to all the panelists is whether we should try to use the debriefing time to gather some ideas and concrete suggestions of how we could structure a world in which both virtual and real conferences live. Some suggestions from the Slido channel are to move to a model such as Biologists, where they have basically one big conference where everybody goes, just presents abstracts. That's the big social event everybody discusses. Everything else just gets published in journals. Now, I think, well, it doesn't matter what I think. I would like you please to comment on this.
Yeah, Oliver, thanks. I do think this splitting between conference papers that are peer-reviewed and archival but short and full-length peer-reviewed journal articles is a strange position for our community and is contributing to this conflict. And you feel like you have to be at the conferences to be known and be in the social circle. But personally, I prefer to publish in journals because I find the review quality and the closed-loop review process and the length and the completeness of work and really targeting our work. So I struggle with this, and I think I like this biology model. It kind of matches with what Ruzena said, where we have meetings that are more social, where you can present preliminary work. In haptics, we have a track called Work in Progress, where you just give an abstract or a one-pager, you give a poster, and you get early feedback from scientists from around the world. Personally, I love this, and it leads to, I find it leads us much quicker, or it can accelerate the process of getting to a journal paper, rather than a go, no go on a 6-page conference paper. So I personally like your idea, Oliver, of adapting the conference model to try to keep the best part and maybe consider shifting some parts that maybe aren't working as well for us as a scientific community to other venues like journals or like virtual meetings.
Can I respond to that too?
Sure.
Yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, I give some thought to that off and on over the years and been in different communities and such. And I like the conference to journal model in some ways, but if I were going to go to one extreme or the other, I would tend towards this model like in biology, and would be in agreement with what Katherine's talking about. What bothers me is the other extreme. You have to remember people come from different communities inside of robotics, and the ones that are from computer science have much more of a conference is everything culture. And I often hear the argument that, well, our field moves so fast that in 2 or 3 years, it's outdated anyway, and we don't have time to make the journal paper. And my response is always, if your field is outdated in 2 or 3 years, maybe you didn't do something fundamental enough. You know, was it just product development or something? I just don't understand. I mean, industry moves really fast like that, but I don't understand, why people would argue that for something where you're presumably doing fundamental research that has long-term implications and improves our understanding in some way. So why not take the time and, make a careful journal paper and make that the basis of what we do? But now we're in this weird mode of everyone's competing for tenure and there's all these things going on and you have to figure out, I don't know, are these the right beams that we're counting, or do they count the right way, and so forth and so on. So it's turned into a big mess. And everyone knows competition and creativity are kind of, at odds with each other, right? So the more creative you are, the less number of beans you might get, perhaps, because you're doing high risk, very unusual things that take a lot of time. So that's a separate problem, maybe going down that path, but I think it's related to what sort of format should we have at the conference.
So I think you're pointing out that conferences and the way that we hold them are tightly linked to the publishing model, which is then in turn linked to the promotion model and so on, and the hiring models. So all of this forms a big complex. I think Ruzena wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing as you said, Oliver. By the way, the physicists have the same model. They have once a year a conference, big conference. My husband was a physicist, so I used to join him on that. And there were plenary talks where the Nobel Prize winners were saying, what the big breakthrough were. And other than that, there were just very small abstracts, and people just used it for socializing. The second point I wanted to make, which you already, Oliver, made, which is the conferences are just a part of this quilt of publication, funding, promotion, jobs, situations, and so forth. So it would really require a much more global get together of the leadership of some sort in the robotics community. And it's hard to separate just the robotics, because in these days you have also connections to artificial intelligence, to machine learning, to psychology, to sociology in these days, economy, with all the digital transformations. So the world gets very entangled, the scientific world. And it's not clear to me, whether, we as a community, if we want to really think about creatively about what to do in terms of how to disseminate, it's all about dissemination of our knowledge, how to disseminate, then we have to take into account all these other components. And, drives me crazy, these Google numbers and H factors and all that, instead of when I make recommendations and evaluation, I ask always for papers and I read those papers. And I can tell you that at the level of the National Academy and these higher level awards, that's what people are interested in.
Oliver, if I could comment too. I think there's a certain amount of consensus about this issue. I think it's really quite orthogonal to the question of conferences or not, but the publication model is a real issue. And I think it's getting to be kind of broken. You know, we can see that in some communities like machine learning, archive has become essentially the primary outlet for new results with no reviewing. At the other end, we have journals, which are, you know, they're reinforced often by big companies that make a lot of money and with very long latencies, and that's not such a great model either. And so it's really, I think we're really struggling to find the right model. And of course, the huge productivity and the size of the community makes the review process very, I want to say brittle, but it's actually worse than brittle. It's very arguably dysfunctional. I don't know how to fix that. I think, you know, many of us are worrying about this. I think it's a huge problem. And I think we have to, you know, we have to continue to work on it, but it's going to be really, really, really hard.
I agree.
So a very specific issue that might help us decide between the best compromise between virtual and real is actually the effectiveness of doing research in those different channels. The user Frodo asks, can you comment on how virtual interactions have affected research and how this will affect inter-university collaborations? This also goes together with another user pointing out that a quick sample of the Slack channels of the ICRA papers so far reveals that 40% of them are without activity, which would point to the fact that maybe people are not as savvy as we might want, or not as interested in taking advantage of this online exchange format.
Well, like I said, I think we need to leave time for the models, this virtual conference model, to evolve. And I personally have liked the live stream Kai events that I attended, because they gave me this effect of sitting through a back short videos and giving me just a taste and that diversity. Of course, this is not the only way we can get diversity. We can also, as PIs, remind our students, remind our team members that they should actively seek out diverse views. This was a culture in the Grasp Lab, where I was a professor for a long time, told my students they should go to seminar every week. So what can we do to try to incentivize the watching of more videos? Maybe there's a live stream, or maybe there's prizes, like put your money where your mouth, or put your money where you want people to go. In Haptic Symposium 2020, we have a Best Video Presentation Award. We want to incentivize people watching all the videos. Really, this is my ulterior motive to yeah, we'll give a prize for the best presentation, but we want to make people go watch all those videos and share them and tweet about them. Anyway, I don't know if I quite answered your question, but that was something that was on my mind. Can I say one other thing quickly, Oliver? Absolutely. I do have to admit that as a haptics researcher, a virtual conference is missing stuff. The big part of a haptics conference is demos, where you walk around, you talk to the grad students, you try their demo, you physically experience that. And so this is the hardest part of a real conference. And we've actually there's an Asia Haptics conference that's all demos, no papers. You just all go together and try the demos back to back to back, and they have a videographer who walks around and interviews each demo, and their prizes, and it was really fun, also with keynotes. And so I just think we should, again, think about how do we adapt both the live in-person conference to get the parts that we really can get there and can't get otherwise, and then mix it with a blended model of also virtual interactions.
Ollie, can I make a quick comment?
Yeah, you don't have to ask me, just chime in.
Well, it falls onto Katherine. I think there actually is another orthogonal issue, which is the scientific validity of results that are being presented, especially when they're not validated by the review process. So Joël Pineau from machine learning, who's a McGill professor, wrote a great paper on reproducibility in machine learning. And her net result is that a huge fraction of the results that are being published in ML are not reproducible. And not necessarily implying that there's an ethical gap, but that there's a procedural gap, typically because the turnaround time is so incredibly short. And I think that's, and I think that's probably true in our field too. That's why Dave Meager made this idea about the trade shows. He just likes seeing the physical thing as much as Katherine suggested, because it's a little bit harder to fake it when you're touching the thing. I mean,
by video. It worked once, therefore it worked always.
Exactly. And when I was a grad student in computer vision, people used to say, if you can get your program, your system to work on one image, you've got your master's or something like that.
Not in my books.
That was a long time ago. And of course, we were always saying that about other people's labs.
Right.
I wanted to say something when Katherine was talking about virtual conferences and adding in, haptics and these kinds of things, because I spent, since working on the Oculus Rift back in the days, spent a lot of time in virtual reality and presented in virtual conferences. I probably logged up more time in virtual reality than certainly the average roboticist. And it's funny, like even if you kind of start to fix everything and you get multimodal interaction, all these good things going, there's still like the remaining things that I can't seem to deal with are time zones and interruptibility. And that's why I was giving this kind of immersion over several days argument. Like,
absolutely.
It's the funniest thing. Like, do you have a special place in your house where you go to work and nobody else is going to bother you or interrupt you while you're there? Or are you like juggling kids on your lap and doing all these things and trying to get stuff done? So it's like this, it's just interruptibility and time zones affects so much. And so bringing people into alignment without distraction and having focused attention counts for a lot. Conference is one example of that, but there's a lot of these that we sort of need.
I totally agree. And a lot of my friends with young kids that talk about their time at conferences as their time away when their spouse or whoever else is caring for their kids, and they can actually think and feel like they're an adult and relax and chat with their students, chat with colleagues. So that protected time. I was thinking, should I go to like a local hotel to like do a virtual conference to like protect?
Yeah, exactly. I thought of a business model for that.
Exactly and my students. I don't know.
You could have a VR hotel that you go to like be anywhere else in the world and nobody can bother you there. They need a special code.
Olivier, I don't know whether this discussion is going to percolate to some higher level of RAS or the Robotic Scientific Committee, but it seems to me that one concern is percolate that this virtual versus real is bringing out is also this issue of quality of work that is being propagated, communicated, published, this over-publishing, over-commercialization, the results that are not always validated properly. In the long run, I, as an old-timer, I sincerely worry about that it's going to hurt us. Because just like with this machine learning stuff, it's oversold. Then the industry, when they look at it and things don't work, they cannot sell. They cannot make a product out of only partially working or working only in some instances. So all the people who are overselling and over advertising are hurting the essence of the field. And that is of great concern to me.
So have we reached a natural conclusion here slightly early, or?
Well, are there any, does anyone else want to add anything? Any personal opinions? Even you, Oliver? I don't know, you're an opinionated guy. Which way do you lean?
Hey, I got invited by panelists to give my opinion, so I'll do that. Well, I think that, this was also something that was discussed on the list, is that the costs are too high. And you mentioned this in your opening arguments. I think that it would be good to separate between how conferences are made and done, and whether they're done or not. I think there's many things wrong with the way we do conferences, and we could fix those and get better conferences to remedy some of the problems that you listed. There are conferences that are not trying to be for profit, so they have reduced the fees. There are conferences that are raising funds to increase the participation of diverse groups in the conference. So all of these things are, improvements of conferences that our community is doing. So I think, I think we're actually doing a reasonable job in taking this existing model and addressing some of the constraints. I mean, the fact that a coffee costs $5, I don't think that is necessarily $7. That is not necessarily a constraint, right? I mean, we could all buy our own coffee or bring our own coffee, and then that would be gone.
No, the coffee finances the room rentals, the hotel, and also the hotel rooms. The conferences, you have to book, the conference attendees need to book a certain number of rooms in the hotel to meet their contract. Yeah. It's about profitability for the hotel. That's why they charge so much for the, and yeah, so
we don't need to go into conference organizational details, right? There's also ways around that. There are universities.
There are, and we should think about them more, but it's hard in certain locations. Go ahead, Greg.
So you know, I think that I very much like live conferences. I think that face-to-face interactions are very important. I think research inherently is a team sport. Robotics research is a team sport. Yeah.
Yes.
Ali, I want to correct a possible misunderstanding you might be engendering. So notably, ICRA, despite the fact that the numbers are very big in terms of revenue and finances, isn't for profit, right? It's, of course, it helps subsidize the other IEEE activities within RAS. So we could argue about whether that's technically profit or not profit, but actually ICRA is a nonprofit, or IEEE is a nonprofit organization, and ICRA, every organizer tries to get a balanced budget that doesn't actually generate a surplus, despite the fact that IEEE requires it. And then we end up with a huge, you know, nobody actually wants to be the first one to lose money, so it gets very messy.
But Greg, you agree the venue, the hotel, the venue, they make money off of the conference. And they do charge outrageous fees for rooms.
Of course. I mean, in Montreal, we didn't use a hotel, but of course, every vendor who sells you stuff has a capitalistic model where they think they're going to make a profit.
But I will agree with you that everyone should know that the money that is made by a conference, half of it, as far as I understand, goes back to IEEE RAS, and half off, or it might go to a technical spot. No, it's all right, not for ICRA. I'll tell you for Haptic Symposium.
Yeah, let's not talk budgets. I mean, I think that's
it feeds back into our community. That's what I should have said. Some profits feed back. It's a nonprofit organization, and profits that are made feed back into subsidizing things like RAS activities.
So another question that came up from the audience stream is, why don't we organize conferences in, Europe and the US, or in Western influenced countries like South Korea and Japan and Australia, but rather instead in countries in Africa? I think, this is something that maybe all of you probably can answer.
I can comment quickly. I mean, I'll make it brief and other people can fill in the holes. I mean, first of all, putting a conference somewhere depends on local organizers and a lot of local infrastructure. And it also depends on a lot of capacity in terms of travel and supporting the various activities and like a huge range of things. And so actually the number of places you can go is becoming more limited because we have substantial demands on the local infrastructure. Like when we pitched to get ICRA in Montreal, right? We had to count how many flights are available and how many are direct flights and da-da-da-da-da. And so many cities that would be very interesting just don't qualify because they're too hard to get to. And that's just one of many constraints.
I'll just quickly say the International Foundation of Robotics Research, IFRR, has recently been organizing more conferences in unusual places, but they can do this like in South America and places where ICRA and IRAS couldn't go, but they can do this because it's smaller. And so I think there's great interest. And I talked last week to Osama Khatib and Paulo Dario, they were asking me to join the Techno Activities Board for IFRR, which I agreed to, and they pitched me on how they're deeply passionate about that, to reach the local students and the local communities and the local professors. But I think for a conference on the scale, as I've argued, there are huge costs and complexity, and Greg also just said, for huge conferences like ICRA and IRAS are really, really difficult to take to many locations.
And the per capita cost for I've gone to a meeting in Chile organized by Usama. The actual per capita cost for me and my students was actually much higher.
Okay. So I would like to, are there any last comments? Then
I think we should thank the organizers, and the participants.
Please go ahead.
No, I don't need to. I just think if we're going to stop, I don't have any more technical things. Greg, what do you want to say?
So I want to basically give, I hope everybody listening stays safe, and I'm tremendously concerned not only for our community, but for the world as a whole. And so, my condolences and my best wishes to people who are experiencing a diverse range of hardships. And I'm desperately anxious to see everybody again in, I guess, at least 2 years, if not next year.
So Greg, will you still hug Ruzena and me and you too, Steve, when we see you next time at some conference or we visit you at your universities?
If you hug me, I will welcome it.
Okay, but maybe we'll wear masks or we'll stay socially distant. So
redo
How about you,
virtual
Oliver?
now? Is that?
I'm
Great.
looking forward to see you guys. I am in the category that is labeled dangerous, so so I hope I will be out of that category.
Ruzena, you've always been dangerous.
Okay,
Yes,
before, so thank you.
critical mind.
So then, Katherine, would you like to thank the organizers?
Oh, I mean, that was all. I just wanted to say that I was really impressed with how well, thanking them for inviting us and giving us a chance to debate. And we hope it's been interesting.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you, Oliver, for moderating us in such a fair way.
Yeah, well, and thanks you for the fantastic discussion. It is now my privilege to reveal the before and after votes.
Ollie, one last thing that I think we forgot to say.
You interrupt.
Yeah, because I was told I should be aggressive. I want to send my best wishes and thanks and condolences to the organizers of ICRA 2020. Like, it must be an incredibly heartbreaking experience for them, right? You typically spend more than a year of your life organizing a big meeting, virtual or not, and to have it basically come crashing down must be a crushing blow. So, Wolfram, Raja, the whole team, thanks for doing this, and I'm sorry.
They're pioneers, right?
Yep, they are pioneers.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going. Do your best.
So if everybody is ready now for the results, I would like to declare that before, well, actually in the middle, sorry about that again, in the middle of the debate, 38% of the participants agreed with the fact that the cost of large global in-person conferences outweigh the benefits. 42% disagreed, and 20% were undecided. After the debate, so that represents a 4% advantage for disagreeing, so that's pretty even. After the debate, 31% agreed with the statement and 47% disagreed. That's a 16% spread, up from 4%, and 2% more people were undecided. That's a total of 22. So the agree camp lost 7%, the disagree camp gained 5%, and the undecided people gained 2%.
Oliver, what was the sample size? How many people voted?
I do not know this information.
Oh, okay.
250-ish.
Thank you.
I'm being whispered. So we're almost on time, and maybe I would like to make a quick closing remark. This debate, I think, as is to be expected, was affected by the circumstances that we live in today. The fact that we're doing it online is affected by Corona, and I think the debate on diversity and how we can create a fair community is, due to the fact that that has always been a very significant problem, but that unfortunately today there are particular things going on that that make it a very acute issue. I have to say that personally I feel a little bit overwhelmed by the responsibility of responding to this in this context. And I hope that the people that posted the many comments and that voted up the questions on the Slido channel don't feel slighted, but hopefully they have the feeling that everybody here on the panel takes these issues seriously. And I know that everybody on the panel is actually actively involved in activities in order to, at least within our scientific community, to remedy these issues to the degree that that is possible. So, yes, I think we have not really answered the question. I think there's a very natural tendency to move towards both camps, to have virtual conferences. I think we all have experienced the benefits of being able to jump out of bed and 2 minutes later being in a Skype call, dressed from the waist up, but that's it. It still looks semi-professional. But I think most of us also have experienced the incredibly rewarding and stimulating experience that we have at conferences. Personally, like I said, I think we should try to combine these. I think this is the challenge that we have. I agree with, I think, Katherine, who said that we're just at the beginning of figuring out how these virtual conferences can be made most effective. And more importantly to me, I think we're at the beginning of figuring out how these different modes affect science. I don't think that we can reasonably answer that question at this moment, but my feeling is that these two different modes will facilitate different types of interactions and therefore maybe complement each other. With those remarks, I would like to thank everybody, thank the organizers, and thank in particular the panelists for this fantastic discussion. I would like to thank the audience for their questions. I apologize if your question didn't come up. I was trying while debating here to sort of gather the right questions. I'm really sorry if your question didn't come up. With this, I think we're done. Thanks everybody. And I hope still to see you, all of you, even in the audience at the next conference.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us again. My name is Florian Shkurti and I'm an assistant professor in computer science at the University of Toronto. And I work on the intersection of robot vision and robot learning, mainly on visual exploration and learning for planning and control.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Tang. I am currently working as the motion planning technical lead at Neuro, where I work towards safe on-road operations of autonomous vehicles through combining deep learning and optimization techniques.
From ImageNet to Kitty, we've seen many efforts over the decades to evaluate algorithms on a common playing field. Most, if not all of us, have probably looked to public datasets and open source simulators through the course of our research to evaluate our methods. Aside from datasets and simulators, what has often been pushed to the boundaries of our field and excited the imaginations of researchers are large-scale deployments in the real world. From the DARPA Grand Challenges to the Mars rovers to the Atlas robot doing backflips and teams of flying vehicles doing aerobatics, many of these scenarios are difficult or too expensive to standardize. So a recurring question that all roboticists have to confront at different points in their careers are, what is a good experiment? For this debate,
for this debate, we wanted to examine how robotics researchers think about these issues and put forth the possibility of this statement: robotics research is over-reliant on benchmark datasets and simulation. So we are delighted to welcome back our moderator for this debate, Professor Michael Milford from the Queensland University of Technology in Australia. Professor Milford works on robotics, computer vision, and neuroscience, and he is a seasoned moderator who did a great job at last year's debates as well, if anyone was there. So we'll let him take things from here and introduce our panel.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation back this year. And thank you, Sarah and Florian, for the introduction. It's 1 a.m. where I am in the world, in Australia, but I know people are joining us from all around the world, for which we're very grateful. And so I think it's going to be a great second debate following a fantastic first one. First up, I'd note that the topic we're debating, robotics research is over-reliant on benchmark datasets and simulation. There is a poll, a pre-poll, which should be open now or shortly, where you can put in your initial opinion on this topic. And as the debate unfolds, we'll do a later poll to see how opinions may have been swayed by the debaters. And just to mention the topic, because we went into this last year, and I'm grateful for this year's topic not having the word deep learning anywhere near it, unlike last year's topic. The topic is that robotics research is over-reliant on benchmark datasets. Not that we shouldn't use benchmark datasets or simulation at all, but that we're relying on it too much. And I think that's a nuance that's important to emphasize. Just before I introduce the amazing panel of debaters that we've assembled today, I just note a couple of points. First of all, this is an online format and we don't have access to as many of the nuances of communication as we normally would. So if everyone can please be extra, I guess, patient, and we should be able to get through the format very well. I know that we have an extremely diverse and mixed audience. And as the debaters, I guess, launch into their statements, but also get stuck into the debate, I guess we can keep in mind that our audience ranges from junior students or PhD students who may be in labs with almost no funding at all the way to CEOs or heads of prestigious major labs at universities. And obviously their perspective and interests may vary based on their background. And if we can try and take that range of backgrounds and perspectives as much into opinion as we get stuck into the debate, that would be great. I will try and stay out of the way of the debaters, but I may occasionally interject just to try and keep the conversation somewhat balanced. And I'd encourage a little bit of humor. These are very serious topics, but we should also be prepared to have a bit of a laugh as well, just to keep things fun. So without further ado, as I introduce the 4 debaters, please feel free to turn on your screen and your video and your audio as I go through the introductions. Our debaters come from a wide variety of backgrounds, and also not just backgrounds in terms of discipline within the robotics field, but also across academia, startups and technology corporations. And I think that range of perspectives, once again, is going to be very valuable for the conversation. So first up, I'd love to introduce Aleksandra Faust, who is a staff research scientist at Google Brain Research with previous, hello Aleksandra, welcome to the debate, with previous research activity in motion planning at Google, machine learning for self-driving cars at Waymo, as well as experience at Sandia National Laboratories. She has a very interesting set of background and research interests, a lot on reinforcement learning, learning to learn. And I think those perspectives are going to be particularly valuable when we get stuck into this whole debate around whether we need actual robots or whether we can do stuff in simulation. So welcome to the debate, Aleksandra, and great to have you here. Our second, and Aleksandra is debating for the proposition or pro the proposition. Our second debater for or pro the proposition is Vijay Reddi, who is a newly coined associate professor at the School of Engineering at Harvard University, who came to Harvard University from the University of Texas at Austin, where he spent the previous 7 years. Vijay specializes in mobile and edge-centric computing systems. And I had to remember what edge computing was because I hadn't actually thought about it for the last couple of months. But basically, it's about compute that is close to the source of the data. I hope I haven't butchered that too much. And he has a strong interest and background in teaching across both hardware and software. And I think the perspective of interacting with students even before they perhaps enter the research field is going to be particularly valuable for this debate. So welcome to the debate, Vijay. It's fantastic to have you here.
Thank you.
Our first of the against or con debaters for the proposition is Pieter Abbeel, Professor and Director of the Robot Learning Lab at University of California, Berkeley, as well as a number of other initiatives across both research, academia, and startups. So co-founder of a number of startups and an advisor to many, including OpenAI. You have probably seen some of the robots from his lab on TV, and especially ones that learn how to tie knots, helicopter aerobatics, knot tying, locomotion, the laundry folding robot, and many others. And like the other panelists, has won a litany of awards, prestigious awards across his career to date. And is currently looking at robotics and machine learning, once again with a focus on deep reinforcement learning, imitation learning, and other similar topics. So welcome to the panel, Pieter.
Thank you.
And our last, but not least, debater who will also be arguing against the proposition is Davide Scaramuzza, Professor of Robotics and Perception at the University of Zurich and in Neuroinformatics across both Uni Zurich and ETH Zurich, And you would have probably seen Davide's team's drones at some stage on TV or in the media. Hey, Davide, great to see you again. He works extensively across drones. There's a number of well-known projects like the S-Fly project, and also neuromorphic sensors, one of the sort of exciting areas of sensing that is sort of gaining traction across the robotics and computer vision communities. And once again, great tie-ins to this debate topic of whether we should just do everything with real robots and real sensors or whether we can simulate. He also has his feet in the startup landscape, having co-founded a venture and involved in some others. So we'll get that perspective as well. So welcome to the panel, Davide.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, great. All right, so the initial poll, I think, was probably just closing or will have just closed. So what we're gonna do for the remaining time that we have is the participants or debaters have prepared some opening statements, brief sort of 5-minute opening statements each. And I'm gonna alternate starting with Aleksandra and then switching to Davide, then switching back to Vijay, and then Pieter will be able to bring it home. And I'd encourage the debaters to not try and win the argument entirely in their first 5 minutes. And if you think there are points that may come up against your argument, we can definitely get stuck into them into the subsequent discussion. So if it's all right with you, Aleksandra, it would be wonderful for you to go first.
Sure. So my arguments for the position that robotics research is over-reliant on the benchmarking and simulation comes for the 4 observations or evidences. One is sim-to-real gap is a research topic. So let's reflect on that. The second argument is that reproducible physical benchmarks for many applications simply do not exist. Third argument is that deep learning is here to stay. And that kind of it's dependent on the benchmarks. And the fourth point related to that is that the existing benchmarks that we do have are generally too narrowly focused on specific methods. So the result is a robotics research that kind of resembles a collection of methods that do not quite generalize and scale well to real world applications. And that system architecture, integration, and deployment are being largely overlooked in favor of benchmarks. So kind of going point by point, sim-to-real gap being legitimate research topic. Generally, simulation by design is simplification of the real world. And this comes in basically 2 flavors in robotics. One is that we oversimplify reality. So some application domains are just very difficult to simulate. So we make lots of design choices to make this more to simplify it. The second one is that we actually simplify the assumptions around the system architecture, latencies, sensors, and so on. So once we kind of develop methods on these systems, we need to transfer them to the reality, and we're filling in all the gaps. The second point is that we have a lack of reproducible physical testbeds. And reproducible physical space is difficult for some applications such as navigation. This means having actually a large real estate that we can all contribute to. It requires a large staff, logistics to run the testbed and so on. And it's cost prohibitive without concentrated community effort. We have it on a very small scale, but on a larger scale, we do not have. And there is, in a current climate, there is very little economic incentive to develop and maintain such testbeds. So that means that many areas of robotics research proceeds and accepts pretty much anecdotal evidence that is built on more in-depth simulation and dataset benchmarks, and real world ends up just being like one-off demonstration and so on. This is a systematic problem that basically plagues the research community. And to move the needle on robotics research in real world at scale, the community must find a way to invent more reproducible testbeds. So the next point is that deep learning is here to stay and is playing a major role in robotics. And by default, deep learning is very data hungry, right? So we require lots of data and training that can cause extensive wear and tear on robots. Training on robots can cause safety and computational bottlenecks. And finally, deep learning by definition requires crisp metrics, and robotics domains are all but simple, so we don't have good metrics. Bringing me to fourth point then, that the benchmarks that we do have are narrowly focused on a single, very unique methods and so on. This means that basically robotics research is at risk and misses the larger picture. It misses, there is opportunity here to become more than a sum of parts. For example, the software stack is evolving from kind of standard architectural perception, planning, and controls into kind of more integrated end-to-end. And we do not have any metrics or benchmarks that address the robot system performance, such as resiliency, efficiency, and quality, things that other engineering fields had developed. This is currently done in industry, behind the IP and so on, and it's very difficult to share across. So these are the observations. So to push the needle in robotics, because this is about future of robotics, 4 suggestions that we should be doing is that system and application level benchmarks, and metrics need to be developed. We need to adopt the open source culture so we can share things. We need to find a way to have reproducible physical testbed across the research community, and having higher fidelity simulators would be good.
Thank you, Aleksandra, for some very profound thoughts to get us started. I'd like to move on next to switching to the other side of the debate. We'll go back and forth to Davide, if you'd like to start with your opening statement, please.
Yeah, so first of all, a disclaimer. Most of what we do in my lab, as you may know, is eventually demonstrated on real-world robots. So I love real-world experiments, and robotics wouldn't exist today without it. But I strongly disagree with the statement that robotics is over-reliant on benchmark datasets and simulation. Actually, in my opinion, robotics is progressing too slowly, and much more slowly than the machine learning and computer vision communities because of lack of good datasets and simulators. In fact, there is a full paper by Pieter et al. On this subject, by the way, with a thorough analysis, which is titled, "What can robotics research learn from computer vision research?" In my opinion, 3 ingredients are necessary for the progress of robotics: datasets, realistic simulators, competitions. And to quote Pieter and Ronnie Brooks, datasets without competition will have minimal impact on progress. And today we wouldn't have autonomous cars without the DARPA Grand Challenges. These 3 ingredients have been pushing both machine learning and computer vision. See, for example, the ImageNet and the related competitions. The reason why that these communities did better than us robotics is because computer vision and machine learning research is based more on evaluation rather than experimentation. For example, the biggest advances in robot perception over the last 2 decades have been made in SLAM, which allowed results to also be transferred to computer vision and virtual reality, by the way. And this was thanks to a lot of data sets available in early stages. But SLAM is stuck. We are overfitting the current data sets. We need new data sets to address robustness in harsh conditions. For example, see high speed, a dynamic range, dynamic environments. But of course, we also need new metrics to quantify robustness. But there is another reason, in my opinion, why robotics research lags behind computer vision and machine learning, which is robotics is more complex. And this is for 4 reasons. First of all, what is robotics? Robotics is sensors, locomotion, kinematics, motion planning, control theory, numerical optimization, perception, learning. So robotics has many subfields, which makes our research progress scattered rather than cohesive. Second, real robots are expensive, time-consuming. They need special infrastructure, authorizations, and require engineering skills. I would say that at least 40% of the work in robotics is engineering. And not by chance, only 20% of robotics papers have experiment on a real-world robot. Third, robotics needs action, and action means interaction with the environment. Datasets are great for evaluating SLAM, planning and perception algorithms, and run ablation studies. But for control and decision-making, where a feedback loop is necessary, simulation, in my opinion, is the only answer. The reason is because simulation allows the repeatability of the experiment, which means that the same identical experiments with exactly the same initial conditions can be repeated over and over by different research groups. So simulation is the only way that we can repeatedly evaluate the robot performance. And by the way, a nice consequence of this is that simulators democratize robotics. They eliminate the need to buy a robot and hire skilled staff to operate it. The problem is how can we make simulation more realistic so that we can reduce the gap to transfer to a real robot? Many simulators, though, are already available, like Gazebo, Carla, AirSim, but these alone are not sufficient to reduce the sim-to-real gap without good physics engines and realisms that imitate the conditions under which the real robots and the real sensors operate. There are many physical engine simulators like NVIDIA Isaac Sim, NVIDIA Flex, Mujoko, Drake, RaySim, Bullet Physics, Open Dynamics, and more. There are also differentiable simulators that are being developed, but we need to incentivize the community to use these data sets and simulator. And to do so, in my opinion, competitions are the only way to do this.
Thank you, Davide. And we're already starting to see some themes emerge across the opening statements. And I guess there's a diversity of considerations across the spectrum, from immediate practical considerations like cost, all the way to sort of long-term, sort of more ideological considerations about the future of robotics and how it relates to other fields. So we'll move back now to the side of the proposition. Vijay, if you would like to start with your opening statement, please.
Thanks, Michael. So my argument for the position that robotics is over-reliant on benchmarks and simulation fundamentally stems from my perspective, which is a bit different from the rest of the cohort here, in that I'm a systems researcher and I work really at the intersection of computer architecture, machine learning, and more recently robotics as a high-performance computing domain. Now, as an architect, my job fundamentally is to be able to translate some of the cool practical demos and stuff that we see in order to, into something that is more sustainable, right? And, something you can scale up. That is really how a systems person like me typically thinks about problems. And I think about it from the perspective of three things: performance, power efficiency, and reliability. I mean, think about it. When you do a Google search, for instance, right, from a system standpoint, you think about how quickly did you have to actually get the result back? How efficiently did you actually do the result, given how much it costs to actually do a query? And how reliable are the results when they come back to you? Now, that's just an example in a cloud system or an edge computing system. And I think like those three fundamental things actually apply back into the context of robotics as well. And I think when I kind of put that architect kind of lens on, what I end up seeing in the community, which I think is doing great work, but I think we can move the needle forward with, is some issues around benchmarks, data sets, methodology, focus on methodology, simulation, and metrics, some of which have been touched on, but with a slightly different perspective. So I'll step through these real quickly. So in my head, when we talk about benchmarks, the robotics community does have a wealth of good benchmarks. I mean, that's how, as Davide pointed out, there have been advances made. Now, however, when I look at it from a systems perspective, what benchmark really means to me is a bit different. Because typically as a systems person, what you're typically doing is you're taking these core computational kernels, which you've studied really well and deep through individual benchmarks, but then as a systems person, you have to integrate the whole pipe together and create an end-to-end sort of scenario that you can really evaluate. If you don't look at it from an end-to-end system, then you've got a serious problem. We ourselves do this in our systems land, where we kind of get too focused on a narrow block and then kind of miss the big picture. And often when that happens, we end up getting terrible efficiencies out of it. It's a pattern that repeats over and over. And I think like what I've seen is that like we need to kind of think beyond just the benchmarks, the way we kind of have been thinking about it. That's one. Second thing, data sets are often a real problem. We generally know this, right? More often than not, these data sets don't really reflect real world use cases. They're really hard to get right. Take ImageNet, for example, right, which has changed the whole industry. It's amazing at what it's done. But when you take a system, like a machine learning system, for instance, if you build that's been trained on ImageNet and you try and deploy it for, say, video surveillance, you got a serious problem. You can go talk to anyone in the field. They'll tell you that it's a real problem because no one's walking around the airport holding a gun up that you can easily, detect, right? It's often silhouetted, and that's a real problem. So your data sets become really problematic. So you may get this phenomenal results when you're just kind of benchmarking, but when you're actually looking at it from a real world system deployment, it doesn't really work. So that's a serious problem there, right? So we're doing this insane amount of work, but is this work really going to translate over? The third thing is about this notion of reproducibility and methodology. Love what I see in the robotics community about like pushing the limits. But from a systems perspective, what I often feel, what I really struggle with is sort of like, I don't see the methodology kind of laid out. Typically, our community in the systems community, we actually look at things a bit differently. We kind of focus much more on the methodology and almost diminish the result too much in a way. And I think communities are different. And what I often see is that, like, I read the incredible results and I'm like, actually, I don't know how to reproduce this result in reality. And that's a big thing for someone like me. And we were talking about ML, right? I mean, there's a slight fact that's running around, right? People say like only 1 in 8 or 10 papers are reproducible out of all these conferences that are out there. And that's a serious problem. And given the complexity of this system, it's even harder, I think. But we need to kind of, if we want to build real systems, then we're going to have to address this. And I think there are ways to address it. Talking about simulation next. Simulation, there are really 2 fundamental types of simulation, right? Simulators are awesome when you want that, perfect reproducibility every single time. It is extremely valuable, super important, and it's a fundamental must-have. But there's a different level of simulation you need to have when you really want to close the loop. And that's the hardware in the loop simulation. If you simulate something without hardware in the loop, the actual embedded system that you're going to be using in order to do your robotics task, you can end up with a very, very different result in production. And that's something that's often overlooked. And so we have to kind of think about how we refine the simulation methodologies. And the next thing is basically about metrics. What are the right metrics to be assessing, right? In the processor world, we kind of look at things like this, your processor is probably glitching right now for all you know. And you don't know it at the highest level. It just recovers dynamically. And that's because we have built mechanisms to look at when is the possibility, this mean time between failures, when a single bit flip can happen, right? It's this rare thing. I mean, space systems often rely on these kinds of things because you get particle strikes. So you focus on more than just the notion of, am I able to functionally do the task? But going back to my point, we need to really focus on the performance aspects, the functionality, of course, then the performance, then the power efficiency, how this thing would really work, and then what's the reliability of the system when we really want to deploy it, right? So bottom line, across benchmarks, datasets, reproducibility methodology, simulation, and metrics, I'd say if we really want to move the field forward, we got to take the existing things that are there, but then really kind of bridge it with adjacent fields where robotics and systems, for instance, right, would actually be able to come together, because I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned from both of the communities. And that's my position.
Thanks, Vijay. Very interesting. And a different perspective, which is great. We have one last debater to round out the opening statements before we move into a period of getting stuck into some of your questions, as well as some moderated debate. So Pieter, that goes to you.
Thanks, Michael, and very happy to be here. So the prompt was, are we over-reliant on benchmarks? And I'm on the con side together with Davide, which means trying to argue in favor of more benchmarks. And so I'll tell you why I think we need more benchmarks than we're doing in our research today. So first of all, a couple of general thoughts. The beauty of a benchmark is that it's much easier to understand whether something has made progress or not. You can open up a paper and yes, there's all kinds of ideas people want to get across, and that's great. But if you want to right away know, does this actually make something work better or not, you can flip to the experimental section and you know what the other work has been on the same benchmark, and you say, oh, it's better. And that immediately gives you a sign of, okay, among the 1,000 papers published this week, okay, this one maybe I should check out, because it's one of the few that actually improves upon what's been achieved before. Another thing that I think is really nice about benchmarks is that it's much easier for the research community to hone in on specifics. And I realize this kind of goes in the exact opposite direction Vijay was talking about. But when you build a big system, there are many components to it. And when you improve the big system, it's often unclear, like, what's the most important part that you improved? Whereas with a benchmark, it's often much more specific, and then you can say, okay, the, I don't know, recognition component or the geometric component has been improved by this idea, because that's what the benchmark is all about. And then the third argument, which is, I think, quite unrelated to anything discussed yet so far, is that benchmarks are much more amenable for unknown researchers, people who are not known yet in the community at all, or even researchers who don't know much yet about the community themselves and want to find something to work on, to identify something and immediately become part of the community. working on something that they know other people care about. And also, if they do well, it doesn't matter what is your name, what is your affiliation. Did you do it with 1 GPU or a million GPUs? If your numbers are better, immediately people will pay attention and say, okay, wow, that's interesting, what's going on here? So it opens up a big opportunity. Now, those are the 3 high-level arguments I want to make for more benchmarks. So con, that we're over-reliant. To give a little bit more background, I think as all of us already alluded to, in computer vision, benchmarks have kind of changed the name of the game and made it very clear that, the philosophical debate about deep learning versus not deep learning, is this just brain inspired and stories, or is this actually useful, was just settled by focusing on benchmarks and showing deep learning works better than the previous methods. And it wasn't just a one-time thing. It was first AlexNet, but then, VGG was the next thing. Small 3x3 filters is enough, just more layers. ResNet shows you can go as deep as you want. And so there was a very clear progression there that's very easy to follow and understand how much progress has been made. But it's not just computer vision, actually, where we've seen this. In speech recognition, we've seen the same transition from, more old-fashioned approaches to new approaches, justified by performance on benchmarks. Beyond that, we've often seen actually a thing where once the benchmark is there, is when the breakthrough happens just a few years later. And so examples other than vision and speech recognition are machine translation. For example, in 2005, Google released a very big data set on machine translation, and a big result in machine translation. And this came just a few years after, the big result came just a few years after this, it's released. Similarly for the Atari games, the benchmark on Atari was released in 2013. The big result from DeepMind happened just a year later, even though the algorithm they relied upon was already 20 years old, 20, 30 years old. And so you see an interesting connection there between, algorithms can exist for a long time, but only once the benchmark comes out, do the algorithms get the recognition of how capable they are and can take things to a level that people didn't realize was possible with those algorithms. Specifically in robotics, I think OpenAI Gym and DeepMind control suites are a good example of physical simulation benchmarks that have allowed us to zone in on improvements on learning for control that would otherwise be very hard to zone in on and understand what might work better than other things. Real world benchmarks like self-driving DARPA challenges have been big triggers for research and understanding, what are the leading approaches. And so I think there's been a lot of positives, and, you can only sometimes think, okay, look at how many people work on benchmarks. Nearly like 20, 30% people work with benchmarks, but it seems like a lot of the stories we tell are all related to benchmarks. So what if more than 20, 30 people work on benchmarks? Maybe we'd be making so much more progress or understand our progress so much better than we understand it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Pieter, and thanks for rounding out a great set of opening arguments. So at this stage of the debate, we get to move into the first round of moderated discussion. So this is where the debaters can have at each other, and we can also get stuck into some of the questions, which I'm trying to multitask and poll as I listen to the great arguments put forward by the debaters. Now, I just want to characterize the questions, and I've mentioned this before. We have a range of, I guess, very pragmatic, immediate concern things. For example, this point that comes up time and time again about the democratization effect of data sets and benchmarks. So I think maybe that would be a good place for us to get started, given I think a large fraction of our audience probably doesn't have infinite resources and 100 self-driving cars to experiment with. So maybe we can start off with the first question, the top ranked question, which is, without benchmarks, most undergraduates and graduate students around the world would be shut out of, or at least significantly marginalized with respect to research. So I guess the question there is, what pathways to alternatives do we have without locking those people out of having that means for research available to them. Who would like to have a crack at that first?
I can go in. I can give a shot at that. I think
Okay, and then Aleksandra, thank you.
I think it's the key thing. I think we're not saying is that benchmarks are important. We're not questioning the value of benchmarks. They are important. That is really where you do start, because you crystallize the problem when you're talking about a benchmark. You crystallize it, and then you provide a starting place. The way I'm looking at this thing is like, it's good to have those things, but after we reach a certain level of maturity, can you still continue to build systems, practical systems? So in my head, when I'm trying to help you all from our community, trying to bridge the fields together, what we realize is like, you need more end-to-end sort of system level benchmarks, right? So it's not about replacing, getting rid of the benchmarks. It's about how do we improve the state of the benchmarks so that they're much more useful. I'll stop there because I think that's the key thing that I want to get across on the benchmarking side.
Sure.
I would like to
Sandra, you were, I think, next, and then Davide.
Okay, so I do want to say I do agree. I think this is a very important point, and lowering the barrier, the entry barrier to robotics is very, very important. That said, I think that we as a community ought to ask ourselves, where do we want to be and how we get there? So to Vijay's point, benchmarks are here to stay, and they do provide a good entry points and whatnot. However, the question here is, how do we move the needle on robotics over the next 5 to 10 years? And how do we come as a research community to have the reproducible physical test beds and kind of be able to tackle these harder problems?
Thank you.
So,
Davide?
Yeah, I mean, the question that you read from the poll was, what can we do about those researchers that do not have access to facilities? So this reinforces the fact, indeed, that we should invest more resources, that we can actually, by the way, in recording better benchmark data sets and simulators, so to make them better, more realistic. What I want to say is actually that there is a rich availability of excellent benchmark simulators and physics engines, but they are not either known by the community, but they're also not incentivized enough. So what we should do is to follow basically the path of computer vision machine learning communities, so to incentivize their use through simulation. This will democratize robotics, like also you, Aleksandra, said. But there is another problem with the real-world experiments. So if you really want to push the limits, because we are talking about pushing the limits, you need to destroy your robot. So in my lab, we focus on autonomous drones. So drones that can actually fly super agile, very fast, over 100 kilometers per hour. That's the aim, by the way. We are not there yet. But so we will crash a lot of drones. And we are already. So there is no way to do that unless you have a big pot of money. So we need better simulators. Actually, now what we're focusing on is all on sim-to-real transfer. And depending on what you're doing, actually, we don't even need 2 realistic simulators, by the way. It really depends on the task. But it seems to me, from the discussion, from what has been said from the debaters so far, that everyone agrees that we should improve simulators and benchmarks, or add, for example, hardware in the loop simulator. But for that, also you need hardware.
Thank you, Davide. Okay, great. Some great initial thoughts on that question. I guess one of all these questions are obviously related to each other in some way or another, but I guess one of the questions that's been voted on quite a bit that relates to this is, there's this perception in the community that a lot of research through the various reward mechanisms is just about gaming benchmarks and gaming data sets and getting an extra 0.1% performance through massive hyperparameter searches and so forth. I guess it would be interesting to see what the panel thinks about this with regards to current benchmarks, current data sets, simulation, and real robots, and whether we can make them a little bit more robust or reward that sort of behavior a little bit less.
Can I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. That kind of goes hand in hand with a rebuttal to often deep learning vision, translation are cited as being successes of deep learning and so on, because of the existence of the benchmarks and so on. These benchmarks are on real world data. So machine learning translation data set, that is the real world for that domain. We don't have the data set, the real world data sets for robotics for many domains. And the question is, how do we get there? The second kind of point to the vision and machine learning, deep learning, other benchmarks is that they're part of the problem, or parts of, and robotics is putting them together. And current deep learning methods in that sense are still non-resilient to noise. So ImageNet current work in vision, adding noise to the data sets and so on, produces very different labels, right? And so on. So putting that community is creating these new data sets that are more resilient and so on. And these issues, integration and kind of putting larger pieces together, larger benchmarks and so on, is at heart of robotics, because robotics is by definition a system.
Thank you. One of the, Davide and then Vijay.
So I would like to add to this point that we need better data sets. The data sets are not enough. I've worked a lot on SLAM before, and Kitty was very successful, ROSEEDS and many other data sets, but that was because they were successful because the metric that all the SLAM algorithms were benchmarked for was accuracy. Nowadays, accuracy is there. It's 0.1% drift, and it hasn't improved in the last 7 years. So what we need is robustness. Look at what Oculus is working on. They want a magic clip. They want a device that you can even wear jogging. That's what they say. Okay, robust means when the sun is in the field of view. So we go back to pushing the limits. So we need better data sets to address high dynamic range, high speed, and other things. So how do we do that? Of course, we also will need new metrics, but we need to record these data sets. So I would like to see a push from the community in recording new data sets, and then having competitions to incentivize that.
Thank you. I think Vijay and then Pieter both had comments as well. Vijay?
So how do we go about building a better data set? It is actually a quite important question, right? Or just even building a better benchmark. We were talking about ML, the computer vision aspect. They built benchmarks, right? But those benchmarks have been great to kind of kick off a field. But one of the things that happened in the machine learning space is that led to a proliferation of different systems, hardware systems being built, right? So you have your pick. You could probably have, I think, about 120 different hardware chips you can pick from for a given image classification task, for instance. So, this became a really big problem. This is a very big problem in the industry today. So one of the things that we actually did, and I'm actually one of the folks that helped build what we call as ML-Perf, machine learning performance. It's actually a benchmark. And it's a benchmark that is designed to curate the industry because the industry was going nuts. Everybody was quoting one number, another number. And we were like, we cannot compare any two numbers. I was reviewing papers and I could not compare 5 papers that were on exactly the same fundamental thing that they were going up against. And I could not compare them. And when they asked me during the discussion, I was like, I don't know. They're using totally different benchmarks, right? So it makes it really hard to drive innovation forward systematically. We ended up canning all the papers, unfortunately, because you don't know which one's really better, right? Now, so that hurts if we don't have a standardized industry level benchmark. And here I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to is that we need to build a benchmark. We can do a really good job of building a benchmark if we bring the community together. Let's not build these benchmarks in isolation. I think we have done that, and I think we're doing a great job of it. And we have examples of this being done in other areas, like, we've done it with ML-Perf. We brought over 60 different organizations together. It is effectively, one could argue, the industry standard benchmark, and it's just, it's still very young. It's like literally less than 2 years. But in doing that process, we noticed, wow, if you do this, you really get a fundamental understanding of how to build a benchmark with representative use cases, using workloads that are actually accessible to everyone, both industry and research, and you come up with the right set of metrics. So this can be done at a scale where you can actually pull together the fundamentals, make it accessible to everyone, and still be able to move the needle forward in terms of producing challenging benchmarks. But I think getting the community together, both industry and academia, to build this, and that might include a bunch of different, benchmarks within it, right, for different tasks or something, but there's a fundamental consensus and everybody goes after that. So then you can really compare and move the needle forward.
Thanks, Vijay. Pieter?
So I want to circle back a little bit to the question that is for our current discussion, which is people might be pushing just 1 extra %, and is that really that interesting to get that 1 extra %? And I think it's actually, it depends, but I think many people underestimate how interesting it is to push the extra 1%, especially once you start working on things in the real world and you realize you want to deploy a robotic system in the real world, like for example what we do at Covariant, but many other companies are doing similar things. You realize that while in research, a lot of the excitement is about 0 to 1. Nobody has ever seen before this, and now here's a video of this, and oh wow, we've now seen a video of this. This is like a whole new world opened up. We've seen a video of this thing. Might only have succeeded once, who knows? But once you start actually deploying systems, what you realize is that it's all about becoming good at chasing the long tail and keep improving, keep improving, keep improving. And so, in fact, another 1%, yeah, that's great. But even more so, you're often already at 99%. You're already at 99.5, already at 99.9, but you need to get to 99.29s, 39s. And chasing that is actually really, really hard. And I would argue it's something that in the research community, we do very little of, even though in real world, it's one of the most important things to be able to keep improving and push reliability. Once it already looks like it's solved, like, oh, this benchmark solved, this is solved. Actually, it's not solved at all. For real world deployment, you need to figure out what are the ideas you need to come up with to keep pushing that beyond where we are today. And I think that skill is actually undervalued in the research community to get to that extra 0.0001% extra once you're already far along, but you still need to get further. And I think it's really important we start paying more attention to that aspect.
Thanks, Pieter. I'm going to actually follow that on with a specific question, but I just want to remind everyone where we are in the debate. So we're most of the way through the initial moderated discussion. In a little bit, we'll have a chance for sort of some initial closing remarks from the panelists, but that's not the end of the debate. We'll have a final poll to see how opinions may have been swayed either way. And then we'll actually have a panel debrief where we get to chat in a sort of more formative, constructive way about what we've been talking about. But I do want to take that note from Pieter about the 0.01 or 0.001 and focus it back on Aleksandra. We've talked, deep learning has come up. We might as well get the other buzzword into the conversation, which is self-driving cars. Now, simulation, real-world data sets, and real-world testing is obviously a massive part of all the initiatives in self-driving cars going on. And a big concept there is they work pretty well, but how much of a gap do we have left? And what is the role of benchmarking and data sets and simulation in that? Is that something you'd like to sort of get into a little bit?
So I haven't worked in the field in a little bit, but it comes down to chasing the long tail. The problem space is about large environments, physical environments, real world, right? The streets and traffic and so on change day to day and so on. Having the right metrics. What does a good driver mean? It's not just getting from A to B. There are many different ways to get from A to B. So what is the comfort, right? What is the safety? How do we characterize that? How do we assess the, I guess, resiliency of the system and so on? The simulation itself has problems because it gets to the point it's an interactive system where other drivers and users and whatnot are part of that world. So how do we simulate them? Do we use the same system that we're developing for the car to simulate other agents, or we don't? If we use the simulated agents that are performing random and non-realistic behaviors, is this doing us a favor? Is it not doing us a favor? Right? The truth is, getting that car on the road and seeing what happens, and that's not quite satisfactory answer either.
Okay. Does anyone else have any opinions on, I guess, where are is it manipulation? Is it computer vision? Is it drones? Where do you see this issue of potentially being over-reliant on benchmarks being most significant or least significant? Davide?
Edge cases, accidents. It's impossible to simulate. I mean, you can, of course, but you need a lot of data, really a lot, because they are rare. You know, humans are actually pretty good driver. And if you want to push the limits, you don't want to do as good as the driver, but actually harder than that. So you need to collect a lot of data for edge cases. Or find a way to simulate them.
Look, it seems... Sorry, go
unknown unknowns. That's the key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's some famous quotes about that, if I recall correctly. Look, it's impossible to sort of feel good about trying to cram the contents of a debate like this into a timeline, but it's a necessity, right? Because the organizers have put together 3 great debates. So I'll keep things moving along, but we do still have some interesting sections left. So at this point, I guess we have a chance to, for each of the debaters, perhaps to, I guess, reflect or perhaps introduce any other topics that they feel we haven't got into fully. You have about 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes each. And I'm actually going to go in the reverse order that I did it before, just to sort of mix it up a little bit. And you can even rant if you like. It's your 2 minutes of soapbox. So Pieter, I'd love to start with you this time.
Sure. In terms of debating, I'd like to say it looks like the con is winning, because there's a lot of argument that say, we don't use enough benchmarks. Benchmarks are great. We need more benchmarks. So I'm very excited about the debating side of things. But let me maybe articulate the opposite side for a moment and some thoughts on that. I think, and this goes back to what Vijay alluded to and earlier, is the slightly tricky thing about benchmarks is that if you think about real world problem solving, it's usually not just about algorithms. It's about the loop between data collection and algorithms. And so if you think you're going to do a data-driven solution, it's about going out, getting the right new data, annotated, training on that new data. And so I think if I were to argue the opposite side of myself, I think that the issue with benchmarks is maybe too much focus on the algorithms and not enough focus on the whole loop, which in practice is really important to get systems working. And so I think that's a bit of a danger. And maybe the big open question is, given that benchmarks are so good to have for comparisons, is how to come up with benchmarks that include that process, that aren't just like, here's my new algorithm, but that somehow include the bigger scope of problem solving inside the benchmark. I think if we can do that, we can probably get the best of both worlds.
Thank you, Pieter. Next, we have Vijay.
I think I like the way the debate is going. Pieter is kind of pushing for more of what we were talking about on our end, which is that we do need to kind of look at the system aspects. Let me start by saying, like, what we have is good, right? The field advances. Let's not forget that, right? Like, I think these are constructive conversations to have, and we need to have them progressively as the field kind of moves, because we need to see how much progress we're making. And from that sort of a perspective, I think building like these end-to-end kind of benchmarks, for instance, keeping that in mind, I think is sort of a very helpful thing. And knowing that there's a system component that interacts with that end-to-end flow, I think that will move the needle a bit forward. It won't necessarily fully close the loop, right? The way industry would build something, but nonetheless, it would keep the students and everybody involved. I think the big thing, if there's one thing that I really, really, really want to emphasize that I think we need to do, is appreciate the need for systematic methodologies. I think we get so caught up on the novelty aspects. I think Pieter was kind of alluding to this earlier too. Got this cool video and it works great. But I think giving appreciation for how is this kind of done, and what is, is this something that someone else can actually take and re-implement and build on top? That's very important. In the ML space, since we've been talking about, like, people will often say, like, it's very hard to reproduce the numbers. If your hyperparameters are different, well, good luck. There's no way you're going to reproduce that state-of-the-art number. That's just one thing in there, right? There's so many variables in that space. So I think a deeper appreciation for being able to reproduce, when someone writes something about a methodology or something, I think we should start alleviating that, because I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think that'll naturally lead us more towards being able to build these systems that we're all happy with.
Thank you, Vijay. Davide, you get to go next.
Yeah, I would like to add something to what has been said so far, since I think I can see some advantage in the reinforcing the fact that simulation and benchmark are actually not enough and we need more. I would like to actually add something against the benchmark and simulators, which is, for example, co-design. So if you really want to deploy something on a real robot eventually, and this is what you need to do in industry, is simultaneously design software and hardware together. I'll give you a simple example. 2 years ago, we did this benchmarking comparison paper where we took all the existing open source visual inertial odometry algorithms and we benchmarked on different hardware. Upboard, Odroid, Intel i7, and more. And we realized that actually they reached different, conclusions, and one is better than the other one depending on the choice of the hardware. But then one thing that stands out is that all of them were consuming around 10 watts, no matter what you were doing. So basically, the computation power was not much compared to other things. So, however, then people at MIT have shown, like Tse, Karaman, Carlone, have shown this Navion project, a Navion chip, that basically in 2 milliwatts, I believe, they were able to run visual inertial odometry. And this was thanks to co-designing of hardware and software. This is something that benchmark and simulator do not let you do. So eventually you have to put your hands on real hardware.
Thanks, Davide. And Aleksandra, you get to go last voice this time.
So I don't think that the goal of this is a debate to be won. I think it's more conversation to be started. And I think there are themes across basically what was said here. Systems aspect being missing, that robotics is a large field and a complex field and so on. We do have existing benchmarks. They work well for the purposes they're built to do, but there is a larger picture missing here. And that includes better simulators, right, and better benchmarks. However, that's not the full story. What we also need to talk about is how to publish that research. Publishing anything that is on a systems level is proving very, very difficult in the community. Solving the economics of how we as a community, because robotics is expensive. Physical test beds are expensive. Both hardware, both space, real estate, logistics, and so on. These are big problems, right? That we as a community need to engage and figure out how we can solve them, and not to miss the big picture. That's the opportunity. Developing metrics and so on.
Thank you, Aleksandra. So we have a closing poll, which I think is either open now or will be open very shortly. It'll only stay open for about 5 minutes. But the idea here is to get a delta, to get a read of whether everyone's opinions have swayed somewhat. And I think the poll has just opened, so you have a few minutes to get a vote in that. But now we have the opportunity in the sort of wrap up for the debate to get back. There is a large number of very interesting questions coming through on the Q&A, and there's some common themes that I think we should get into, as well as I guess a free-ranging discussion on any of the other topics. So I guess to address the first one to the panelists, which is across a number of these themes. So the panelists the debaters are all extremely accomplished researchers in their fields through an immense amount of effort on their own parts and their team's parts. But there is, of course, the question of whichever side of the debate we're on, as we try and improve benchmarks, data sets, whatever the appropriate balance between robotics and data sets should be, how do we ensure that we're doing so in a way that is inclusive and which doesn't exacerbate existing issues or inequities within the system? I think this would be a great topic to start off the final moderated session with. Does anyone have some initial thoughts on that? Thank you, Aleksandra.
So let's imagine that we figure out as a community and adopted the system aspects of robotics. Imagine that we have the benchmarks now in simulators that can look into end-to-end picture and potentially looking at different aspects, whether that's a computational aspect or we're looking, say, robotics over a lifetime, and lifetime of a robot, and so on. And we have a reproducible physical testbed. So we can publish in that space. People can potentially add and use the simulation and benchmarks to test their solutions. And then they can submit the jobs that were done on the reproducible physical testbed. This is something that supercomputing community had done, because that's an example of a field where it was expensive to develop, and there were 2 or 3 data centers across the world or in the United States. So community came together to create several supercomputing centers that academic research can happen. So that's kind of best of the both worlds.
Thank you.
I can add something. So one of the things that I think has been really nice is if, for example, you use Colab, which happens to be provided by Google, but I'm sure there's counterparts in some other places, you already get a GPU to work with. And so I think initiatives like that are really nice, and I'm sure are appreciated by many people, but I mean, the more initiatives like that we can see, I think the easier it'll be for everybody to participate. And this goes from, you know, research, but also just teaching. When you teach a class and you set up your starter code in Colab, and anybody anywhere in the world can actually take that Colab and try to replicate what you're covering in your class. And I think that's really nice. I'd love to see it taken to a whole other level, like Aleksandra was alluding to, where you actually have a physical robot access. In that regard, my hunch is that robotic manipulation is a domain that will lend itself more to it than the other subfields of robotics, like flying and driving, because flying and driving tend to require a lot more space, and you need to introduce variation by going places, whereas with manipulation, the variation can be brought to the robot. And so I think if you think about kind of maybe like medium budget, setting up a lab at medium budget, the beauty of manipulation is that you can do it in a small space, and you can go to a dollar store and for $1 buy a new object. And once you bring a new object, it's a new challenge for the robot. And so I think manipulation has some nice benefits there, which could be taken to the next level, maybe with a manipulation robot cloud, some kind of that, you know, anybody can log into.
Thank you. There's another theme which we've touched on sort of throughout the conversation, which is how best can industry and academia work together. But obviously there's also a tension for many startups. Exclusive access to a particularly useful benchmark may give them a competitive advantage, which they may not relinquish lightly. And a number of the speakers have involvement in either tech companies or multiple startups. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about how we manage that tension between, I guess, commercial goals and the good of the community as a whole. I'll name drop Pieter or Davide because they had the most startups listed on their bios.
Okay, I can start. Yeah, we have a lot of collaborations with companies, and it's true. Startups have an advantage in that because the founders come from academia, so they worked a lot with us, so they know very well the state of the art, and so they can immediately apply. They know what tools to use. I would say that the biggest gap for established companies to reach state of the art is lack of competence or lack of talents. So a lot of things that we need to do is consulting them, you know, and just pointing a paper is enough. Pointing them to a data set is enough. But there is another thing that big companies can do, which is, for example, they have the facilities, the resources to actually go there and collect a lot of data sets, you know. So you can ask if you have a collaboration with Volkswagen, you know, they may be, they are not superior in certain things, like, I don't know, Islam, but they have the car ready. You can actually ask them, okay, can we go together and record a relevant data set for the scenarios we want to do? They give you the use cases, which we don't know. We can only speculate, academics, but we don't know the reality out there, okay? And sometimes I get questions that I thought, oh my God, that's true. I never thought of it. For example, event cameras. What happens when the sunlight is just behind the traffic light? Can you detect the color of the traffic light? Good question. Let's do it together. Let's record the data set. So that's something that, for example, we can help with.
So adding a little bit to that, I think it's absolutely right. When you start a company, initially you're very vulnerable as a company. Like, why would you still be there as a company a few years later? To be able to continue to exist and build a business, you do need to build out some defensible advantage, something that you have access to that other people do not have as easy access to, building that kind of barrier to entry in some way. And it could be through expertise, it could be through data sets, it could be through business relations. And I think almost unavoidably, there's that little phase in the beginning. But then after you reach that point where you have a certain defensible advantage, you essentially hit the phase that Davide was talking about, where you run into so many problems you want to solve in the real world. And many of them, you're very happy to be openly solved. You'd love just for them to be solved and then bring in the solutions. You don't need the solution to those problems to be your defensible advantage, because you have other defensible advantages. And so I think there's a very natural feedback into academia from many, many companies. Once they have some defensible advantage somewhere, so their business is somewhat safe in a sense, now, let's bring all these exciting problems out and see who else wants to work on them and make progress, and then anybody can bring it into their company. But every company can still have their own edge. And so one thing that we see, for example, a lot at Berkeley is we'll have industry get-togethers with wide range of companies. For example, with an effort in self-driving, there's something 20 companies care about self-driving coming together, and they all share ideas on what they think are the important challenges to work on, and try to encourage academics to take on these challenges, and often build open data sets together to make it easier to make progress in academia. So I think there's a really good interaction, but at the same time, I do think it's true that if you start your own company, you want some part of it to be a defensible advantage. Don't just open it all up from day one, I would say, because then your competition might be right there with you, and that's difficult to deal with.
Great, thank you all. I'm going to move from a fairly high-level concept to one that I think is of immediate pragmatic importance for a lot of the people on the call. So one of the questions is there still a place for paper or research, but let's think of this in terms of just a publication by a junior PhD student that has new ideas or interesting ideas, but which aren't effective or efficient on the latest benchmark, or indeed aren't directly relevant to any benchmarks. I guess, what is the path forward for someone just getting started when they may feel that there's an over-reliance on papers having to report results on the closest benchmark?
I'll take a stab at that.
Thank you, Vijay.
I think perhaps we should have a conference on negative results. You all know this. You do it, I do it. We spend hours trying to fix the negative results, right? But that's exactly what leads to that positive result. And we never ever talk about that negative result, right? The negative result here is not something like necessarily negative, right? It's much more that just it's not beating the state of the art, as reviewers would see it. I think it's tough because we're in this peer review conferences, journals, like we're really pushing the state of the art kind of aspects. I think like supporting the workshops and giving more credibility to the workshops, I think certainly would be one way of doing it. Now, I think what I mean by that is that lifting the portfolio, lifting the profile of the workshops, right, as to how they should be perceived, would be a nice way, I think, for especially young junior students to come on, right? We already do this, but I think it's glad that the question came up, because really kind of focusing on, oh, these are the students we're trying to build up. I think if we put that lens on, I think we will look at things quite differently than how we would normally interpret things.
Thank you, Vijay. I'm seeing a lot of names pop up in the comments, which are very familiar. So I'm sure I'm going to get flack because I can't get to all of the questions at the panel. There's a somewhat flippant, but I think valid question, which is, if we only use software-based, what so-called software-based benchmarks like Kitty, is it even robotics anymore? That's a provocative question for you. What do you think, Davide?
It's perception. It's our perception, because you cannot control the car, but it's our perception. It's for robotics. Of course, now I would say if you go to CVPR, I mean, there is everyone is working on Kitty and Kitty-like data sets. So I would say the research is moving towards there. And to be honest, the bar is very high over there. So it's difficult to get a paper accepted as CVPR. Well, it's easier for ICRA, to be honest. So I would say Kitty is saturated. It's overfitted. There is not much venue for improvement. So we need a better data set. In my opinion, robustness is the next big thing. So I would like to see high dynamic range, high speed, motion blur, these kind of things, and edge cases. I would like to see, for example, people or mannequin jumping out on the street and being hit by cars. I'm not joking, of course. So I know Volkswagen and many big companies are actually doing that because I see them and they ask, is there any benchmark I can use? And I say, sadly, no, there isn't. I would like to see this. So we are roboticists, we have the facilities, we have the responsibility to collect these data sets.
You touched on it actually in those comments, Davide, and one of the recurring themes that we still haven't addressed in the questions is one around safety. So in the context specifically of the safety of robots or autonomous vehicles that interact with vehicles, are we over-reliant on the theme of this debate, benchmarks and simulation, or is the level of reliance appropriate, and is it going to lead us to eventual satisfactory solutions, specifically with respect to sort of this safety aspect?
For safety, we are not relying at all on simulation, not enough, very little. I mean, if you look at all the car crashes, test crashes, sorry, by big companies, they are done with mannequins. So there start to be some benchmarks simulated. What I've seen some cool papers where what they try to do is that they record a lot of, they take a lot of dash cam videos from YouTube that report accidents. There are thousands of accidents, and they try to teach a simulator how to basically recreate those scenarios. So this is now happening. We should do this too.
Aleksandra?
I just want to echo on safety. I think this is another huge opportunity. We kind of know field is going towards deep learning, providing generalization. We know that control theory has the theoretical tools towards safety and so on. Bridging the two and using the best of both worlds, figuring out how we can assess theoretically safety and kind of put the bounds and confidence bounds and so on the learned methods that both generalize and are safe. I think there's a huge opportunity there.
Okay, great. So just a heads up where we are in the debate. We only have 7 and a bit minutes to run, which is fantastic because I need to get to bed. But we have some poll results before and after. I'm not going to say what they are yet, but I will be revealing those in a couple of minutes. I guess we have time for maybe one more question, and I'm just scrolling through the list of questions to see what the major things are. Okay, so one of the ones is, and I'm going to expand this beyond simulator, is what would you rank as sort of the #1 or top 2 issues with today's simulators specifically? So we're talking about simulation and benchmarking, of course, in this debate. And do you think it's just a matter of time, and in 10 or 20 years, a lot of these issues will be moot? Or do you think these are perennial issues which will always sort of exist as we advance the state of the field? All right, let's go with Pieter first and then Davide.
So I think the biggest issue with the simulators is the lack of diversity in scenarios that you can encounter. So it's whatever is designed into the simulator. And so that is very different from solving real world problems where there's always new things happening, new things you didn't anticipate, and building systems that can handle all these unexpected scenarios. Doing the research on that is very, very hard if you're actually working in a simulator where there's not such a range of unexpected scenarios happening to you. And so I think that is the biggest mismatch between simulation and real, much more so than what is typically the focus of sim to real research is, oh, visually it doesn't look the same, or I might not perfectly know the friction parameters or the mass parameters, which is all very important, of course, but it ignores the big thing, which is lack of diversity of what you'll encounter in simulation.
Davide, you had a comment as well, I think.
Yeah, of course. No, so talking about flying robots, for example, there, when you start going up with speed, then you have to cope with the aerodynamic effects, which basically are difficult to model. So then you have to really go to particle generators or physics generators. So there, of course, there exist for physicists, but they are too time consuming. So there is now investment in trying to get to approximate this with deep learning, but of course we have to wait for that. So I would like to say, I would like to have an improvement on the simulating fluid aerodynamics. Also regarding sensors, to be honest, I mean, simulators are not simulating well perception sensors, okay? LiDAR, cameras, noise, and all the things that are involved. I mean, just look at Carla. Carla does not simulate noise in sensors. And by the way, the cars there, they move perfectly straight without any jitter. Which makes a problem for event cameras. And photorealism. Photorealism, of course, I mean, if you ask Steven Spielberg, he will tell you, yeah, come with us, we have the best photorealistic simulator. You cannot tell the difference. But then time is the other, then it takes forever to wait for the results. So then we need to improve on that. So of course, we need to wait a little bit more time until we have them available.
Thank you, Davide. Look, we have about 4 minutes to run, and I'll give the panelists all a chance to have a sort of 20-second final statement very shortly. But I think we should get to the poll because it is the point of the debate. It's a wonderful thing that this naturally devolves into a constructive discussion about how we can improve the field. I think it's a testament to the topic and the panel and the organizers. But let's get to the poll and find out who won and who lost. So the interesting thing here is that we've had a turnaround. So we have a decisive before result and a reversal to a decisive result in the other direction. So I'm giving it away a little bit here. But before, with 256 votes, which is a pleasing power of 2, we had 48% of the audience agreeing with the sentiment, 33% disagreeing, and only 19% disagreed. Afterwards, we had another 210 votes, and the agreed vote dropped from 48 down to 36%, and the disagree went up from 33 to 46%. So still by no means all of one opinion on the other, but a significant change of opinion based on, in part because of the debate, and 18% undecided, so still a similar percentage. So I guess, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all the debaters for a wonderful job done today, but and also congratulations to the con team of Pieter and Davide as well for managing to sway the audience slightly back towards their side of the argument. So well done there. I guess I will conclude shortly, but if the panelists had any final brief thoughts that they would like to share, we have time to do that now. I'll just go around in order again. I'm going to start with the original order. So I'll start with Aleksandra, if there's anything you'd like to conclude with very briefly.
I guess it was a debate to be won or lost. We bring the common themes, and yes, simulation and the benchmarks are here to stay, and they're an important part, but there is a lot more to that. There's a lot more about bringing the theory, recognizing the research, recognizing the full aspect, right? End-to-end robotic systems and so on. So let's keep that in mind, that it's not all about the simulators and the benchmarks.
Thank you, Aleksandra. And thank you for being a wonderful part of the debate today. Davide, your thoughts, brief thoughts.
Yeah, I would like to echo what I said at the very beginning. I would like to see more competitions coming to robotics, like computer vision and machine learning people do. Like Peter Cork said, without competitions, there is no progress. So, but I would like to see this coming. It is coming, but too slowly, to be honest with you. You see, there are a few competitions, but they are not even given the chance to go on stage at the award luncheon. I'm serious. At IROS last year, there was no competition mentioned in the award luncheon, which is a pity. We should do this, but we should incentivize them. Okay, that's all what I would like to see.
Thank you, Davide. A great point. Vijay, your parting thought.
Yeah. Well, I agree that we should have more competitions. Fully supportive of that. I just want to make sure that when we do the competitions that we focus on the right metrics, because the field, like the computer vision field, did do this. They went with certain metrics and they completely ignore the system aspect out of it. You talk to them anything outside of accuracy, they're like, I don't know what language you're speaking. Don't talk to me, right? And we're still trying to bridge this gap, because when you try and make the thing real and you try and put it into production, even a machine learning model, you really need to think about the system, because it has huge consequences. And I think given that we have learned that lesson, I think we can do better here. We can kind of take the lessons, and as we build these competitions, we can build them in a way that we are cognizant of the task we're trying to solve, as well as the system aspects, and do it together. And that requires us to bring two communities together. And I think I see that as a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Vijay. And that's echoing a question we didn't even get to, which is talking more about best practice and best metrics rather than the best data set. So thank you for that point. Pieter, you get to close out with the final parting thought.
So I'd like to circle back to one of the questions. And how do you do well in the benchmarks if you don't have the resources? And I would say one of the things to think about when doing research is that ultimately it's about new ideas are very important. And often the best way to illustrate a new idea is to also think through what is the simplest scenario in which I can demonstrate the effectiveness of this idea, which might not be the current most popular benchmark, but might be your own simple little benchmark that you come up with in the process of doing research. And I think this back and forth, in some sense, during research, it might not be like a worldwide used benchmark, but in some sense, doing your own research, you should come up with the simplest possible little benchmark, which allows you to, often with limited resources, to still illustrate your ideas really, really well and tell a very clean story around it, even if you don't have the resources to, nail the latest and greatest massive benchmark.
Thank you, Pieter. So I'd like to thank the panel one final time. We've had a wonderful discussion about the issue of data sets and benchmarking and simulation. I like that this isn't an all or nothing debate. We're really discussing the nuance of the level of reliance we have on those. And I think as long as we keep that at the forefront of our minds moving forward, robotics as a field is going to be in a good position. I'd like to thank the amazing organizers for the initiative. This started at ICRA last year as a debate concept. And although we still have some way to go in terms of representing the entirety of the robotics community internationally, and the committee has posted some suggestions and some actions for how we can do so in the poll, they've taken great steps forward. We didn't have this sort of debate mechanism 18 months ago. It was a great success at the first ICRA in 2019, last year. And it's commendable for a field to be a little bit more introspective and constructive in sort of working out the major issues and debating them in a public forum. So I think this is overall a fantastic step forward for the field. And I think it's been a great debate today. We have one more debate coming up after this as well, so I'd encourage people to stick around. But in the meantime, we have time for a very short break. And thank you to everyone who tuned in. We appreciate your extensive questions and feedback, and we hope to see you back again next year. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you guys.
See you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome from wherever you're signing in from around the world.
We're very excited. This has been fantastic so far. And we're now up for our third debate of the day. I have the pleasure of introducing our speaker in concert with Brian. So I'll turn it over to Brian to give us some introductory remarks about debate number 3. My name actually is Jonathan Kelly, and I'm a professor at the University of Toronto Institute for Aerospace Studies. I almost forgot to mention. And our group works primarily on multi-sensor perception, motion planning, and most recently some forays into manipulation. So, all right, take it away, Brian.
Okay, thanks, John. My name is Brian Wong, and I'm a PhD candidate at Cornell University. My advisor is Mark Campbell. My research focuses on probabilistic perception and planning for robotics. All of us are familiar with the dream of having robots in the home, acting as caretakers, assistants, and companions. And as roboticists, all of us are here because we recognize that robotics really can reshape how we live our lives. Many of us are solving the problems that stand in the way of having safe and useful robots in our homes. However, real-world robots haven't yet reached this potential. And the last 2 years in particular have seen several high-profile closures of robotics companies. In choosing this debate topic, we wanted to explore the question of what went wrong. And why is it that when there's so much excitement about robots and investment in research and development, so many robotics companies seem to be running into obstacles or are being forced to close down? On that note, the topic that our debaters will be contesting is that robots designed for personal or household use have failed because of fundamental misunderstandings of human-robot interaction.
All right, and we are extremely excited to introduce our debate moderator for debate number 3, and that would be Professor Hadas Kress-Gazit from Cornell University. Hello, Hadas. So we were very lucky. Hadas took the stage in physical form last year at ICRA 2019, and we are delighted to have her back to moderate this third debate today and guide the discussion. So with that, I'll hand things over to Hadas, and she will introduce our debaters. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, John. Thanks, Brian. I think the poll should be opening up soon. I think I saw it. Yes, the poll is now open, so please vote with your ideas. Before I introduce the panelists and start the debate, I wanted to reiterate the statement the organizing committee made this morning regarding our responsibility as individuals and as a community to ensure all voices are respected, heard, and welcomed. We need to elevate the voices of people from underrepresented groups. We have to be vocal and call out behaviors and structures that perpetuate bias. We have to educate ourselves to do better by reading the work of scholars who study technology in the context of race, gender, and ability, and we need to listen to people's lived experiences. As Lee said this morning, just as we can begin to imagine alternatives to policing, prisons, and privatizations that are not rooted in violence and capital accumulation, we can also imagine alternative ways to conducting ourselves as research and professional community that prioritizes inclusivity, community empowerment, and dignity. So I wrote this before the debate started. You can tell I was reading it off a page. I just want to kind of follow up with a quick comment about some of the discussion that happened in the Q&A, or some of the comments that happened in the Q&A. So there were comments about diversifying speakers. There was comments about diversifying locations of conferences, and you're right, we need to do that, we need to do better. The organizers posted in the Q&A how to get involved and how to help with diversity efforts. The other, and there's a good example, well, kind of a good example for a large conference that was supposed to take place in May in Ethiopia, but ICRA ended up, because of the coronavirus, the plans changed. There was one other comment about accessibility in the context in the first debate on ability to, the costs associated and the ability to, for people from more marginalized communities to come and attend these conferences. And again, you're right. And we need to do better in terms of funding people to come and to be part of the community. So those are conversations that are happening and need to happen more of using some of the resources available to encourage participation. Okay, now to the debate. We have 4 amazing panelists. I'm going to first introduce the people who are speaking for the statement. First off, Professor AJung Moon. She's an assistant professor in electrical and computer engineering at McGill University. She directs the Responsible Autonomy and Intelligent Systems Ethics Lab, RAISE, and investigates way in which we can develop and deploy robots and AI systems, which inherently influence people's behaviors and decisions more responsibly. Next up, on the for side, Professor Maja Mataric. She's a chaired professor of computer science, neuroscience, and pediatrics at the University of Southern California. She's a fellow of AAAS, IEEE, and AAAI, and she's the recipient of the US Presidential Award for Excellence in Science, Mathematics, and Engineering Mentoring from President Obama for her work on K-12 STEM outreach and diversity in computing. She's a pioneer of socially assisted robotics. Her lab's research is developing human-robot interaction methods for convalescence, rehabilitation, training, and education for broad spectrums of populations, including autism, anxiety, stroke, and Alzheimer's disease. She's the co-founder of Embodied Inc., which I think is going to come in to be very relevant for today's debate. On the against side, we have Dr. Jen Dawson. She's a senior manager for functional safety at the Toyota Research Institute. She has a doctorate in mechanical engineering from Stanford with a concentration in dynamics and control. In previous roles, she worked with NASA and DARPA to build space robots for in-space assembly and servicing. She now applies her systems engineering skills to ensure the safety of self-driving vehicles. And last, but by no means least, Professor Henrik, who is the Qualcomm Chair of Robotics and Director of Contextual Robotics at UC San Diego. He does research on robots with particular emphasis on systems, relevant to the previous discussion. He is the co-founder of 6 companies, including Robust.ai, with Gary Marcus and Rodney Brooks, and the Robo Global Fund that manages $2.6 billion in investments. So we're very excited to have all of you join us in this, hopefully to be exciting debate. The structure is going to be the same as before. I was planning, and I'm going to totally follow Michael's lead for people who saw the previous debate. We're going to go for, against, and then I'm going to switch it up later on. So without further ado, I will be timing you. So if you run late, you will hear my phone. So, but I don't think that was the issue before. And yes, and make sure you're unmuted when you start. So we will start with AJung. Go ahead.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Hadas, for starting this discussion with the diversity statement as well. Personal and household robots have failed because of fundamental misunderstandings of human-robot interaction. Well, I think this statement isn't just to say that all personal and household robots have failed. Some have clearly succeeded in staying in our homes, and for example, vacuum robots, and many of us have that already. But for those that have failed, I think they're owed due to 3 different misunderstandings. And those are, I think we assume that personal robots should explicitly serve a social function. And second, we undermine how hard it is to create a social artifact that we want to have at home all the time. And I think that's very, very hard. And third, we still don't understand much about the longitudinal effects of having robots at home. So let me explain all 3 components in more detail. When we think about building robots for the home, we assume that interactive robots need to be socially interactive. Think about like a typical advertisement for home robots. You might think glossy white chassis, smiling faces on a robot, and the robot says something in gender neutral, perfect English, and the humans around it rejoice and treat it like a family pet. Your mind doesn't automatically jump to the latest Roomba commercial with like an intense classical background music trying to make it really sexy, and then video zooming in to the latest, vacuum bristles and dust being sucked up, perfectly hogging around the edges of a wall. So, because of that sexiness difference, so to speak, that social, sophisticated social interaction is what we think makes home robots sexy and cool and cutting edge, and that's what we think will sell. But in fact, I think the primary reasons we seek interaction, even with fellow humans, is to actually get stuff done around the home. So the social part of the interaction doesn't necessarily have to serve that, doesn't really serve the functional utility that is that robots can bring into the home. And Sometimes I think we misunderstand the understanding about the human-robot interaction as though it's equivalent to social robotics, or social robotics equates to HRI, and I don't think that's really the case, nor should it be. Many of these nonverbal cues or verbal cues that we discuss in HRI or study in more detail are to make these interactive experiences between a human robot fluent and actually functional. So I think there's no reason for us to assume that all humanity is extremely lonely at home and would really like more social interaction with robots, please. That leads me to my second point. So once we decide that we'll make interactive home robots, it's extremely difficult to make universally liked embodied character that everybody would want to have at home and for all the time. I mean, all of us have this kind of moments in the dinner parties. You are the host and you've brought all these people together. And at some point, you would really wish they would leave, right? And these are people that you invited because you really like them. And that is to highlight the fact that we don't necessarily crave social beings around us all the time, even if they are very sophisticated, interactive beings like humans. Better yet, think about you yourself moving back in with your mom or your dad, who is supposed to really know you a lot more than a company that's building a robot that has never met you. So what makes us really think that building this consumer-based thing that'll have a universal interactive social features will actually be something that is welcome for to be turned on all the time? I think there's a question mark there. And to highlight that a little bit more, one of the best things about the robot vacuum cleaner that I have at home is that it's turned off when it's not working. And the worst thing about this robot is that it turns on when it's supposed to suck up the dust around the home, and then I have to move around it and I have to interact with it. So I think minimalistic interaction is really not the worst thing to think about. And that relates to my last point here. I think we have still so much to understand about the longitudinal effects of having robots at home. So much of the HRI research is really based on one-on-one controlled experiments, and I am one part of that as well. And we don't really have a lot of ethnographic longitudinal studies that really take a look at, how fast does this novelty effect wear off? What elements of it actually last throughout and is welcome throughout, days, weeks, and months? I think there is also a healthy level of understanding that these controlled experiments don't necessarily go into the practical, and they don't necessarily work the same way. And I think we need to really emphasize that point and think about, okay, how do we bring more of that longitudinal understanding out so that we go through with this misunderstanding and iron them out.
Thanks so much, AJung. As you can tell, I'm serious about showing you when your time is up. We're going to go now to the against, or should the against position. So Jen, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So I think fundamental to understanding this resolution is understanding what we mean by failure. And there's a few different notions of failure we could consider. So one is the idea that product flops or companies that have gone out of business mean we failed in this space. And the reality is every nascent industry is going to have lousy product offerings and companies that fail. This isn't unique to personal robotics in any way. And so I think going to the place of specific examples of products or companies on either side, either successes or failures, doesn't serve as a useful metric for looking at have we failed overall. So I'm going to put that one aside and say, okay, specific examples, not super useful for assessing failure. Another notion of failure could be, hey, I don't have Rosie from the Jetsons or Data from Star Trek in my home yet, and so therefore we failed. And the reality is science fiction, movies, and other pop culture references have created unrealistic expectations. We all know fully humanistic robots requires immense technology development, and we've got a lot more work to do before we get there. But I would argue even if the tech were ready today, society is not ready for these. Humans need to build trust in robotics, and they need to build their self-efficacy in their interactions with robotics. And we're still not there yet. We have a lot of ethical issues that we need to unpack around what does emotional attachment to a robot mean, or the psychological effects of robot abuse.
In addition, there's a lot of norms and etiquette that we need to establish. Am I allowed to bring my personal robot to a dinner party uninvited, right? There's just a lot of kind of cultural issues that we need to build up. However, I would say as a counter argument, we have succeeded in moving society towards acceptance of personal robotics. Use of smart speaker systems is on the rise. A 2019 Pew survey says 25% of adult Americans have a smart speaker in their homes. I'm a mom of a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old, and I can tell you we're raising a generation of robotics natives. From when my kids were very young, they started interacting with toys that are labeled as robots. And so whether it's Lego Mindstorms or Little Bits, they're very comfortable with the notion of robots in their home. And probably most importantly, as someone who works in robotic safety, we have a really strong track record of safety in the household robotics space. There are very, very few widely publicized safety incidents or recalls. And so we've been very successful in building trust in robotics as we start deploying these products into homes. The third notion of failure that we could consider is that we've failed to show any value with these products. So theoretically, we could say there's no interest or investment in personal robotics because we've shown no societal value. And clearly this is not the case. It's a very active area of research and development, and there's been venture deals and capital investment upwards of $5 billion in 2018. So I think the current societal factors are actually increasing the necessity to expand the use of personal and household robotics. The pandemic is really highlighting the potential benefits. Touchless food service to our home could prevent virus spread. Many of the deaths from COVID-19 have occurred in long-term care facilities. Robots that can provide basic medical care could eliminate a lot of that virus spread. In addition, telepresence robots like TRI's TTR1, as well as socially assisted robots, could alleviate the loneliness that comes with having to be in isolation. Finally, the virus has shown some of the gender disparity that exists in household chores and childcare. And so domestic service robots that can automate routine chores, or the ones that can reduce the burden of mom as household CEO, could help to bring gender equity in a really meaningful way. So to summarize, my main arguments about why household and personal robots are not a failure is 1, we're building societal trust and acceptance of these technologies, and 2, we're increasing, not decreasing interest and investment.
Excellent, thank you so much. Definitely within time. Next up for the statement, Maja, go ahead. You're muted.
Hi, of course, I completely changed my statement as I was listening to the previous speakers who were wonderful. So here we go. So HRI, I think, is arguably the ultimate frontier of robotics. The machines are coming to work with us, except not so quickly. We have this amazing commercial potential, and we have, more importantly, the potential to do good on a really large scale. But unfortunately, most of the work, both in the labs and in companies, is not really grounded in the realities the real world need. And I'm going to put my foot on the ground, stake into the ground, put it all, and say that people are just not focusing on systems that solve real needs. And that's really where it is. That's where the funding is. That's where the customers are. And that's where the life satisfaction is for the developers, that you can feel like you did something that matters. So focus on systems that solve a real need. You know, in business, one of the things that people say is when you're pitching, it's like, whose pain are you reducing? That's a really good question. If you're not reducing anyone's pain, if you're reading recipes and taking pictures, you're going to be beat by someone else very quickly. And that's the real risk. Whereas if you invest in doing something that is harder, it is much harder than to be beat and surpassed by a competitor as quickly. The second most important message is work with diverse teams that include members of the target users and customers. So for example, if you're interested in developing robots for individuals on the autism spectrum, you really should have people with autism on your developer team. Because, by the way, they make wonderful programmers, they have wonderful skills that can be involved, and you will learn firsthand. If you have a good excuse for not having that, you know what you have? You have an excuse. And then finally, if you want to create robots for real people, you need to have everyone in the company, everyone, not just UX and marketing people, but everyone get out of the company, the cubicle, the lab every week and talk to those real people. And that is not a waste of time. That's incredibly important because there's always a disconnect. Even in a small startup, there's a disconnect between what people really need, the eventual customers, which is delegated to the marketing people and the money people, and the actual engineers who need to develop this, who deal with data sets, for example, and don't fundamentally understand that the data set they're using, even though it may be available or let's say affordable, is completely useless for the actual population. So as a little side note, the 2017 Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded to a psychologist instead of economist, because what he basically did was myth busting. He said, oh, hey, all of your models of human behavior about rational behavior and sort of fitting fitness functions are just wrong. People are a mess. We're not rational. We're really complicated. So that's the point. The point is you have to get out of the lab, of the cubicle, and get real data and focus on a real need. So I think that's really the high level point that I want to make, is there are too many companies right now in robotics that are looking at these kind of luxury, not needed niches. And then they're quickly surpassed by another company that's looking at a not so badly needed niche, but it has either more content or more data, or is a big major company that fundamentally will have more of that. I think if anything that this pandemic has taught us, it is that there are vast societal needs. And if you go in that direction, if you look at addressing one of those, that's really hard. It's going to take a little bit longer, but because it's hard and it takes a little bit longer, you actually do something meaningful that isn't going to be so quickly pushed aside. Incidentally, on that front, if you're thinking about fundraising and where do you get money for that, it's not clear that all that money is going to come from Sand Hill Road and tech development and consumer electronics. It can also come from health and medicine, that kind of spectrum of the world. Those investors tend to have longer timelines, and they really want to see the technology help people. So they're willing to wait. And they also have quite large funds. So I think the tech investors, who are often blamed for short horizons, well, you know how you're going to get them to have longer horizons? Take someone else's money, because they're looking for really smart people to work with. So be that smart person who's solving a really hard world problem, and then do some really interesting piloting work. Get out of this scary stealth mode where everything is stealth and you don't tell anyone anything and you stay in your little bubble. And then when you emerge, you realize that 50 other people are emerging from the same bubble, right? So there's also a downside of stealth, and I'm not being naive. You need to keep your competitive edge. But there's a way to be in the world and get data and do meaningful things while still keeping a competitive edge. So wrapping it up, work on a real need, have a diverse team that includes your customers, that includes all aspects of society. Get out and get money from people who actually see the need and aren't focused on return on investment in 3 to 5 years. And just work on what matters. That makes everyone happier.
Great, thanks, Maja. I'm just gonna, you were arguing for the 4 for the statement. So I'm gonna take all the points that you made and basically say that companies have failed because they did not do what you just said. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, now for the final debate, final opening statements against the statement. Henrik, please.
Thanks, and I think you will realize that I'm very much in agreement with Maja. So for me, anytime we as roboticists try to solve a real world problem, we have to think about the basic relationship. What's the value of the system we're developing? What's the price of it? The value has to be higher than the price. Otherwise, why would we want to buy it? And the price basically has to be higher than the cost of providing the service that you're providing. So as a company, if I don't make money, I go out of business. It's quite simple. So and we've seen this in a number of examples where people don't understand this very simple relationship between value, price, and cost. So the best example, or sort of the simple example, is we talked about Jibo. Jibo came out and said, this is this amazing social robot. It's going to solve all of your things in your home, and you can do, a to-do list, you can order things, you can listen to what the weather is. Wonderful. I have an Echo Dot for $49. It does that better than the Jibo does. Why would I spend $950 extra to get a cute robot in my home? For me, I'm a geek. I might buy one of those. But if I go and ask my mom or somebody else, they're like, really? In what universe do you think you can charge me 25 the cost of a Dot and give me a worse service? And that's one example. And I think one of the best examples where we have been successful, and we've been tremendously successful, is in vacuum cleaning. We've sold more than 20 million vacuum cleaners worldwide. I was actually on the first team that developed the vacuum cleaner before the Roomba. So Rod and I will sort of say, collectively, we've sold more robots than anybody else. And the thing was, it was $200. It's cheap enough. If you look at it, the average person will spend less than 30 minutes a week vacuuming. Yes, really, less than 30 minutes a week vacuuming. So they got now a vacuum cleaner, 25 hours a year of vacuuming that you're saving. The cost would, and if you think about a lifetime of 2 years, that implies that you paid $4 an hour to not have to do vacuuming. And if we look at it, people would love to get vacuuming, ironing, cleaning the windows, some of these things that people would love to get done. The first Roomba was not a great vacuum cleaner. It's fair to say that it sucked, but not in the right way. But you know, and still, people bought it because it got rid of the hair from your pets and stuff like that. So people went to the dustbins and, oh, that's a lot of hair. This is a good thing. This was, you know, it's easy to show value. Go and pick out the dustbins. There's hair in here. This was a good investment. For most of the robots we're seeing, we don't have this. We don't really think about how we do this. And we see a lot of really nice research and very challenging research, for instance, on nursing robots. Could you build a robot that could go into your home to do this? I still, you know, I would love to see people that could develop a robot that will allow me to get out of bed, take a shower, get dressed, prepare a meal, and participate in social activities. But most people can only pay $10,000 for this. And so I see these robots that are sort of, this is like buying a Rolls Royce or a Ferrari or something like that. Most of us cannot afford to buy a Ferrari or something like that. So I need to get to a level where you can actually do this. There's no robot today that I'm going to take a shower with. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not there. Even getting sort of the ceiling and all of this, but robots that can sort of touch me and have sort of real physical contact, safety implications, good enough sensors. This is really hard. And then at the same time, you have to compete with a nurse. The nursing service for something like that is about $10,000 a year. So you can't come with a Ferrari. You need to be able to do this. And I just don't feel we're there yet. And we're seeing these cute robots that are being sold that will go into the home. And for me, a very important metric is time to boredom. You can measure the success of a robot is what is time to boredom. And you know, I have IBOs, I have all of this. And if you show an IBO to a kid, 25 minutes later, they'll say, I know it's going to go left next. Okay, that was time to boredom. Who would pay $2,000 for something that entertains you for 25 minutes? So we need to be able to build robots that are rich enough, that engages us long enough and has a value where it's solving a real world problem for me. And if you do entertainment, you better make sure you have open-ended entertainment, doing sort of relatively simple finite state automata or something like that. Unless it's $50, you're not going to make it. So I think that's important. So for me, it's very much, don't focus on HRI. There's no amount of HRI that's going to solve a broken business case. So yes, I want a robot that can be used by my 85-year-old mother who has never used a computer, but she has to be able to afford it. And then we should also look at HRI. So I think it's a joint issue of doing this. And with that, I will close my first statement.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. It's interesting because I heard the for and the against kind of tackle different parts of the statement, whether it was is it failure or is it because of the HRI? So I think Henrik's point was it may be failing, but not because of the HRI. And Jen's point was it's not even failing. Right, so paraphrasing a little bit of what you're saying. So now we're going to have a somewhat moderated discussion. I first would like to have you address each other's points, so kind of a follow-up on the points that you've heard, and then we're going to take some pointing because my other computer has the questions showing up, and I'm going to kind of go based on the highest ranked question. So I'm definitely going to be missing some, so apologies in advance. So let me open it up first for comments about other people's perspectives. Whoever wants to talk.
Can I jump in? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I just wanted to comment. You know, Henrik, some of your points, I think, supports my points of view, which is that, you know, some of these failure points are actually HRI problems. Not necessarily that we shouldn't invest more in it. It's just that even your example of the shower robot and the safety related issues, those are HRI issues. You know, physical interaction leading to safety related concerns or actually solutions to them. I think that is an HRI issue. Yeah, in support of my position.
So I think for all of the robots, I sort of agree with you. For all of our robots, if we don't make them usable to regular people, not people that have a PhD or something like that, we will fundamentally have failed. So it's very important but I think that was also partly what Maja was saying, that you need to understand who is the customer. And HRI plays a crucial role there. If we don't get this kind of marriage where you're actually meeting a real need, you understand the user, you understand their educational background, you understand all of this. Unless you do this, you cannot be successful. But we need to do that, and at the same time make it affordable. So you know, we can't build Ferraris for everybody. We need to build Volkswagens for everybody, and that's where I sort of feel if we do both, we can be successful.
And just to add to that, precisely the part of the thing that I said that I would say, but then I didn't, was actually about the HRI research that goes on. So one, we need to work on actual meaningful problems. Two, researchers need to work on real problems and real data. And I think right now there's a disconnect because what HRI researchers are doing, what anybody's doing is you know, they're incentivized to do something and then they do that. So we're incentivized in research to publish more papers. You don't publish more papers by working with difficult populations, getting IRBs, analyzing data sets for 6 months to a year. No, you are incentivized to do, you know, smaller things, clean things, things that are more mathematical and less real world. And so, you know, I had a whole spiel on that, but I didn't use that. But I think that is important because that's also why you see companies going off and doing things and not looking at research papers. The only papers they're looking at are papers that they get from archive on ML because they think they're going to get some other, you know, either a data set or, you know, some really cool tool that will help them deal with their data better. And that's a real disconnect because HRI research can have a lot to offer, but HRI research needs to get the heck out of the lab.
That's a strong statement, which I will not tell you what my personal opinion is on that. How about we take a question from the audience? So Ali asks, do safety issues count as fundamental misunderstanding? Because this is touches a little bit about what you just talked about. I feel like fun robots are not safe and safe robots are not fun. And that's why consumer level robots haven't taken off. Thoughts?
That's really good. That's really good. I'm just gonna say that's a really good way of putting it. Take it, take it.
Go ahead, Jen.
Maja, you can keep going. I don't want to interrupt.
No, go.
Awesome. So I come from a background in space, and when you're dealing with space systems, you have to get it right before you put it on the rocket, right? Once it's up in space, currently we don't have ways to go fix and repair things. And so as a systems engineer coming from aerospace, it's all about getting it right the first time and making sure you can put together a really credible argument about why you've sufficiently tested to know that it's going to work in space. And a lot of the environments we go into are difficult to simulate on the ground, right? Part of the challenge of spacecraft is they're going to go up in 0G. We can't create 0G on the ground, and so our testing here is never perfect. And so with that toolkit that comes with building spacecraft, I'm a big believer that we can build safe and fun robots. It's a lot of work. It takes an army of systems engineers getting involved on day one to make sure that we're building redundancy and we're building safety into the system and we're doing the right types of fault monitoring, and we've assessed all of the different scenarios where things break. I think it's definitely possible to do that and do that well. I think generally right now in robotics, systems engineering comes in as an afterthought. I think medical robotics does it really well. But a lot of the commercial robotics systems, it's not as core to the initial development effort, and that's where we've got room to improve and really make those fun robots super safe.
Any other comments? Go ahead, AJung.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I think the question just reminds me of an experiment that I did where it was like, in-person interaction, one robot and one person reaching for the same thing at the same time. And then I tested when the robot would just kind of stop whenever there is a safety kind of concern versus the robot actually ignores you completely. And it was tested with safety stuff. So, you touch the robot, you're not going to die. And so sometimes people would actually end up touching the robot or collide with the robot. And if you take a look at some of the experimental videos, which I can't show you, but some of these participants would be laughing and actually having a lot of fun with the experiment after these kind of collisions, because now the robot has a bit of a spice. It's not always timid anymore. There's a little bit of a character. So I wonder if the idea about fun robots not safe isn't really about that. It's more that we like things that have a little bit of a character, a little bit of an edge, so to speak. That's not always timid and shy and so on and so forth, but sometimes aggressive maybe, but has a personality.
Henrik, were you going to say something?
So for me, I think we probably not had as much examples in the home, but I think we've been incredibly successful building safe robots with collaborative robots in other spaces where I would actually claim they are the sexy robots, the old sort of industrial manipulators. Really boring, very sort of ME design without really sort of thinking about all of the other. And I think we've been very successful at that. At the same time, I think if we can build robots that are fun and safe, that's really where you get the pickup. So it should never be an either or. We need to do this. We need to think about how we do this. And I would claim that one of the, to give some sort of credit to the pro, one of the areas where it's important is we need to better understand our users. So and understand we have a very diversified population. So I'm talking about my 85-year-old mother, but at the same time, the average 20-year-old American has spent 12,000 hours playing computer games. That's 10% of their life. So that implies that, this is already fully ready to do stuff. If I did this to my mom, she would look at me and say, what the hell are you talking about? So how do we build these systems also so that they are inclusive, so that they can actually be used to this? And I would claim too much of the research does not consider a broad enough user base where they really understand what is their skill set, how can you build this sort of marriage to do this. So and to be fun for this very broad set of, we need to be very clever at building the right kind of interfaces.
Excellent. There are two questions I want to take before we go to the closing argument. So the first one is, what are examples of real needs in HRI? That's a tough one. Go ahead.
Oh, I think that's a super easy one. The real needs in HRI are, we have a massive elderly population, which is lonely, which is depressed, which does not get any kind of emotional or social support, even more so during the pandemic, but it was already the case massively. We have an extended lifespan, which is of a very, very low quality. So we live longer, but we live unhappily and sickly. So we need the social support, the emotional support, and yes, we also need the medical and the health support. So telehealth, for example, right now during the pandemic is huge. And here's another example of why is telehealth so cool, but yet boring. Like, why can't this be a cool robot that is also the doctor, right? That's one side of the spectrum. The other side of the spectrum is, of course, youth. I mean, autism. 1 in 45 to 68 kids are diagnosed in the US, and the statistics are, of course, large in the rest of the world. That is a huge niche. And, we need, again, during the pandemic, there's this tremendous need for in-home enrichment and emotional support for everybody. Anxiety, huge. I mean, I can keep going, right? I got slides on this. So the need is obvious. The things to do are obvious. What is not obvious is, why aren't people really working on this?
If I can add to that, actually, so going back to the collaborative robotics being sexy, why don't we have a collaborative robot at home to do remote blue collar work, manual labor, but at home? I think one of the reasons may be that we haven't really figured out the HRI issue, which is to make your very particular, needs for work actually functional by you programming the robot and actually making it work for you. So I think there's a real need there. We just haven't explored it, among others.
Excellent. So the final question that I'll take before moving on to the closing remarks is from It Is 2020, posted, have robots failed because they amplify inequality? How many robots can identify Blacks, Asians correctly? How many aimed at fighting diseases of rich rather than malaria? How many used by law enforcement and unfairly target Blacks immigrants? Get a Black person, robot wronged person in the panel. So I would like kind of your thoughts on this question, and also kind of even larger kind of, I mean, Henrik, you talked about cost and value, and we know that, you know, having very capable robots are going to be expensive. You know, $10,000 is something that I don't know, 90%, 95% of the population would never afford. So I made up the number, but it's above 90 for sure. How do you think about that when you think about robots as a commercial thing?
So I can start. So I think it's incredibly important that we focus on inclusion. That we think about this, and there are a fair number of effort being focused on not just the top 1% or the top 5% of the population, but at the same time, there are also a large number of robots that are sort of starting out. I would say they're making an incorrect assumption, but often they're starting an assumption. If we start by building an expensive deluxe robot through the economy of scale, it will actually come down to the low one. In most cases, that's a false assumption. So I think instead, starting by something like the Roomba, where you start and said, you know, if I can make it for $25, I can go up, and I think that's incredibly important. And I very much agree with the question. I don't think there's enough emphasis on how do we make technologies that is inclusive. At the same time, it is true that if we look at facial recognition, if we look at speech, if we look at a number of these HRI technologies, there is a bias. And it's very important for us to address that bias and figure out how do we get better data sets? How do we get more people involved? How do we do testing, not in the rich neighborhood in any of the big metropolitan areas, but how do we go to, you know, the middle of freaking nowhere? And how do we go to these communities where you cannot make the assumption that you know they can pay $10,000. If you're lucky, they can pay $100. But also, we should not only think about the U.S. We should think about what can we do in Africa, what can we do in this. And I think there's a huge opportunity to think about what could we do to build sort of what I call citizen-centric robotics. Make it, you know, what would it take to build the simplest possible robot that almost anybody in the world could use? I think that's an interesting challenge, and hopefully being much more inclusive.
And I think there's a really simple way to do this, and that is to include people on the team. You know, have your graduate students be truly diverse. Why is that not happening? Oh, because it's hard. You know what? Why is it hard? That's our fault. So, you know, if your set of graduate students isn't diverse enough, and you know what that means, then do something about it. Same with companies. Oh, don't tell me it's hard to hire women. It's hard to hire people who are truly diverse. It's not true. Yeah, it's hard. Make the effort. You're making a huge effort to raise money. How about making a huge effort to hire a diverse team? The benefits are huge because now you have people right there in-house fixing things along the way and pointing stuff out to you that you cannot understand. You know, I cannot understand what it's like to be a Black man, and therefore I have to work with Black men. And if I'm not, then I am failing. And if we're talking about failure, this is a definite failure at the societal scale. It's a failure, but we can fix it. We can, and with pretty simple ways of fixing it.
And this is an issue that I care deeply about on a personal level. One of the companies I've been following pretty closely is Zipline, and they're working in Ghana to use drones to do medical supply deliveries to rural areas. So there are robotics companies that are helping to solve some of these economic development problems, providing healthcare to people who are disadvantaged and those sorts of things. But I think they often don't get the splashy press that, you know, the kind of more traditional white-led, Asian-led companies in Silicon Valley that get the bulk of the funding get. And so I think part of it is making sure we're giving airspace and opportunities to speak to those companies that are working to solve some of these problems where we can create more equity in society through the use of robots.
Okay, cool. So we are now at a point in which I would like to ask for your closing remarks. So I'm going to do the same thing as Michael did. I'm going to go in reverse order. So we'll start with Henrik, then Maja, then Jen, then AJung, and you have 2.5 minutes for your closing remarks. Okay, and this is, again, you're still arguing your assigned position, whether you agree with it or not. I will let you, you will have time to argue your actual position later on. All right, Henrik, please.
Okay, so thank you. So I actually still very much think that I don't think we've failed in building robots. In the traditional, in an economic sense, we have more than 20 million robots that are out there. I don't think it's primarily because of HRI, but I think it's very important that we think about how do we build robots that are more inclusive. So it's not enough that we can, you know, I think the failure is more, we've only solved the simple stuff. We can do vacuuming, we can do stuff. So we haven't gotten to where we can do more interesting things, and I think that's where the challenge is. So I don't think it's a failure. I don't think it's based on HRI, but I think it's very much how do we get to a place where we have multifaceted enough teams that are thinking about this. It's not enough that you sort of say, oh, but I have a computer scientist, a mechanical engineer, an electrical engineer. Yeah, wonderful. How about the people part of it? How about the business part of it? How about this? So we need to be much better at building inclusive teams that understand all of this. Our engineering education is fairly useless in terms of understanding what business is. So there, we need to make sure we bring in the right people, we bring in the right set of data, we bring in everybody so that we have a much more inclusive view of this. And then as Maja said, we need more people that go into the real world. You need to go into the real world. You can't sit in the lab and say, well, I'm studying social interaction. Bullshit. So we need to be able to be much better at going out, understanding reality, and bringing that back. And then part of that is HRI. But to me, HRI in very few cases is going to make or break it. If you haven't included all of these other factors, of course, the HRI people might say, but it's all HRI. Okay, then all of robotics is HRI, so that's also a useful or a useless argument. So I think the end story is to be successful in robotics, we need to be more multidisciplinary than we is today.
Excellent, thank you. Maja. You muted.
As always. I don't know how to follow that. I mean, he called BS on all the right stuff. I completely agree, but okay. I will say that following up on that, we do need cross-trained people. So I think one of our big problems is that, for example, we know how to train engineers. That's wonderful. You go into companies, you see engineers pervasively everywhere. They also look a particular way. I don't need to emphasize what they look like. And then you have the UX group or the HRI group, and they're over there in the corner, and it's usually women. And I literally have gone to one company, I won't name names, quite a big one. And the women were all in one corner. And I said, why are you not together? And they said, but they get the window. Okay, stop doing favors for people that you don't understand. If we don't understand our own people within a company, then we don't understand our customers. And so I think we need engineers to take some classes in, psychology and business. And I think people in psychology can take some programming, but they do these days, right? So in fact, we in computing and engineering are providing a lot of training for others, but it's a kind of an entitled stance. I think we need to also learn things like economics and a little bit of psychology and certainly business, right? So the cross-training just a little bit makes you appreciate the other people on the team in terms of expertise. And then of course you need, all looks and ways of life on the team as well, which is the one failure we have as society. So I'm going to claim that failure. But no, I don't think as a field that we have failed. You can call it a failure if we've had a lot of signals and messages along the way and we are not following them. So I think it's still early, but we need to pivot. We need to figure this out and get better so that next time we have this session, we can't call it a failure. So I'm just going to sum it up and say, we really need to interact more with real people and work on real problems at all levels.
Thank you. Jen.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly there's examples of personal and household robots that have poor HRI. But as was said earlier, not all household robots require really sophisticated HRI to show benefit and to do good in the world. And so I think what we're seeing is an industry that is still evolving, that's still finding its legs. Some products are more successful than others. Some companies are more successful than others. But there is a definite compelling need, and the technology is getting better and better over time. We're building trust with the public over time, and those factors are saying that, you know, we're moving in the right direction. Lots of work to do for sure, you know, both on the technical side as well as the types of products we're building, but the momentum is there, and it's going to continue into the future because there is such a compelling need.
Thank you. AJung, go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with the need for more robotics in that sense. But I guess to summarize some of the arguments that I've heard from the con side as well as from Maja as well, I think we've heard the importance of getting HRI right in order for robots to succeed. And, you know, Jen talked about norms and etiquettes as being part of that equation. And Henrik talked about the physical HRI itself being part of the equation as well. And I absolutely agree with Maja's perspective that we need longer term investment to get this right at the same time. We're kind of talking about the diversity issue here. And I think diversity is incredibly important as it pertains to our ethics and designing ethics into these interactive systems as well. But then we also need to remember that, you know, we're having this particular time in our generation because we're seeing broken human-human interaction problem. So that means that when we think about designing robots that will interact with people, then I think we need to really be patient in what we can produce that will be at everybody's homes, that will be able to influence people in a programmed manner at scale. So I think we need to be patient, and fundamentally this calls for more work in human-robot interaction to get the robotics right and spreading across the world.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now, as far as I understand from the schedule, we are going to open the poll for the post-debate opinions. So, yeah, yep, it's just open. So please vote. We will announce the results of the pre and post debate poll in about 20 minutes. So now we have time for, first of all, this debate moved into more of a discussion around companies and commercialization of robotics and the context of HRI and the need to listen and the need to bring people to the table, which is excellent. I can't say we really kept the for against debate kind of format, which is again, really fine, because I think, you know, that's a really interesting conversation. So it feels like a lot of you are basically saying the same thing. So we have now time to articulate any other comments, if there's anything else you want to bring up, or I can go back to the questions and find more questions.
I was really trying hard to stay to my against category, but I just want to iterate that I fundamentally believe we do need more focus on HRI from the very beginning of our product development cycle. We need more diversity and inclusion in that space. And there's no question that the products we're going after and the solutions we're solving are not fully representative of all of society. And so I do completely agree with everybody else that we don't have enough focus on HRI, that our teams aren't diverse enough, and as a result of that, we are not achieving the potential that we could have been achieving as a community because we're not meeting all of the needs that are out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I agree with everybody in the practical issues hindering the, I guess, the greater success of personal robots as well. You know, I was trying to stay in my character of, you know, arguing for, but I think it is a mixture. I mean, yes, HRI is important, but also, you know, the investment, the systems that's driving our research, academic and otherwise. I think there are a multitude of factors at play here.
Well, so I think one of the challenges we also have is that in most places, it's very hard, our academic system, at least in the US, is not set up to actually encourage this. Because, while you're in your tenure process, you're supposed to be looking at what you're looking at and ignore the rest of the world and just do your thing. And in some sense, to be successful here, you need to not only work with the guy or the girl in the next room, you actually need to go and find a behavioral psychologist, and you need to go and find all of these other people. And at the same time, you're new to a campus, so it's hard to go and, rather than figuring out how do I collaborate with the people next to me, how do I go across campus to find these people that understand all of these other aspects? And that's hard, because at the end of the day, for the tenure process is set up so that you are being evaluated on, are you the smartest person in the world on this topic that nobody else knows anything about? And so I feel we need to find a way of also including this in how do we evaluate people on being successful, of working with others, not just being the smartest person in the world sitting in an office by themselves. And that in part, I think, reflects on our students. It reflects on, how are they studying problems? We ask them to do this small thing that's sort of a thesis. And so it's hard. It's hard to do this research in a way where you really do it well. So I think we've shot ourselves in the foot. And whatever we can do to sort of broaden it up, I think it's very important. And then I think it's very important that we also find ways of working with industry. Most academics are terrible at doing this. This is not what they're good at. They're good at solving hard problems. So but how do we build this? But again, if I look at it, my evaluation metric is in the academic system, you get no credit for having commercialized your systems. That's just not somewhere that's being answered anywhere on the metric sheet. Oh, you wasted time on also working with a company. You could have published another paper. So I think we as a community need to think about what's important for us. Is it diversity? Is it making sure that we have societal impact? And societal impact is not publishing 37 papers. I'm sorry, guys. That it's about, did you have a dent in the world? So in some sense, I think it's also an opportunity to go back and say, what should be on your tombstone the day you die? Was it 37 papers, or did you make a difference?
Yep. Go ahead, Maja.
You were saying earlier about the importance for us to get out of our ivory towers to actually interact with the real world. And that is so true. I spent 2 years on the tenure track before I decided that's enough of that and went to industry. And what's been so fascinating to me is to see how complementary the skill sets are. A lot of the reasons I got promoted quickly in my industry jobs were the skills I developed as a professor, and vice versa, right? And so I would love to see a revolving door in between industry and academia, and allowing people to go back and forth between those domains much, much more easily. I think it's going to give our students a more grounded understanding of what engineering is all about. I think it's going to make our research more relevant to the real world. But also, when you're in that academic setting, you're developing skills that are inherently applicable to leading teams effectively in industry, and helping industry move products forward in an effective way. And so that can also be part of the solution here, is making sure we've got folks that can move in between those domains by having professors of the practice or whatever other concepts might be out there.
Yeah, I think also, I know I'm the moderator, but still I'm going to put in one thought. Yeah. What Henrik said about kind of the incentive structure that we have in academia versus impact. So the way we're measuring impact, and this is kind of at the beginning, I mentioned that part of our job as a community is to kind of re-examine structures that are in place and that prevent impact, diversity. I mean, these are all connected, right? So yeah, it's on us, right? The senior faculty or the senior leadership of a university. I'm looking at Henrik and Maja here in terms of making that change, right? So to enable, no pressure, in terms of making that change, because that's where, exactly your point, Henrik, that's where impact is. And
I'll tell you,
go ahead, Maja.
I completely agree. And I actually think it's interesting that right now, folks have probably heard, there's a push to change, at least for the US National Science Foundation, to look at a completely new model for it that would be National Science and Technology Foundation, which would really, push towards translation. And I think there is a threat to basic research because that should not be touched. But at the same time, there's a really big need to do this, and not just do it the DARPA way, but do it the science way. Sorry, I don't mean to separate those as black and white, but there is a DARPA model and then there's an NSF model, and they're not the same. And it's interesting to think about something that's a hybrid rather than doing one or the other. So people are thinking about that at the very top level. And I think if there's one thing that drives universities, right, just like drives companies, it's, where the federal funding will come from. So I think I'm not trying to pass the buck and say the feds need to pass this in order for that to happen in academia, but it will help. Because if you have a large pot of federal funding for doing research that is grounded in reality, that will really help. Right now, there's a lack of that. It's really frustrating, actually, one of the things that I didn't talk about, but it is hard right now because getting federal support for the kind of work that would really transition into startups is also very hard to get, right? It's not NIH necessarily, right? Because, that's, it's not sort of disease specific, et cetera, usually. And it's a little too applied for the first round, right? You get your first 3 to 5 year grant, you do wonderful things, and then what? You want to take it to the next level. Maybe you can do a startup, but otherwise, what are you going to do? And so there's a gap there that I'm hopeful will change. It's not helping that we're in a massive near depression financially, but I think people are starting to see that as well. The other thing is with universities, now that I'm sitting at that level a little bit as well, universities are very happy to have flexible models in terms of partial appointments. I think that the problem is that industry actually right now likes to take people. So industry would prefer to just take us away, right? Instead of doing this kind of joint thing. And we have to get over that from both sides. There has to be a way to work together and split ourselves. Amazing people can do that. We can cleave ourselves and do multiple things and help multiple areas. And that has got to be possible.
Okay, so I have another question here. Are we approaching HRI correctly without including people from the social sciences and referring enough to the scholarship from the humanities on topics involving robotics?
I don't know if we don't take any social scientists into HR. I don't know. I feel like there's a number of people that I can point to who are not computer scientists or engineers who show up at HRI, and they do wonderful work. And some of them are ethnographers, psychologists, and so on and so forth. So it may be the diversity of the papers that that you may be looking at. But I do think we do have interdisciplinarity in HRI. We can always do more, but yeah.
So I would say, in general, we don't do enough to involve those, and partly also because it takes a long time. We fundamentally start out by talking languages that are, in 7 different directions, and a 2-year NSF grant is just not going to cut it in terms of getting us actually to the same page where we can talk to each other. So I think we need to do more to build these very diverse teams. So for me, HRI is both about how do we model and understand humans, whether it's physical behavior or psychological behavior and all of this. We need to figure out how do we build those models, and that we need cognitive scientists and behavioral scientists. It cannot be, I'm sorry, I love all the engineering friends, that's not what you're good at. And then we need to figure out how do we build stochastic models in the middle where, we're very good at building planning systems and temporal logics like Hadas and others, but how do I integrate this with this stochastic entity, a human, and actually build models that allow me to do this? And then on top of this, we have to make it multimodal. So now it's speech, gestures, physical interaction, and we just don't have the right, I would claim, frameworks today. We need to bring in people from embedded systems, from language, from control, to do this well, and it's hard to do this. There are very few places that do it well because they don't have critical mass. So and at the same time, we can't say you can only do HRI if you are at CMU or USC or MIT or UCSD. So we need to find a way of doing this where we can build this. But I think we need to be much better at working with the other side and do it long term, so we actually eventually talk the same language. If
I can just expand on my personal experience as a an assistant prof, just starting up hopefully a very interdisciplinary lab. One of the hurdles that I've been facing is actually bringing people in from other disciplines to be my master students, to be my PhD students, because, for example, the department is expecting students from electrical engineering background because I'm in electrical engineering, for example. So it's very hard to build in that one lab that has all these different people from different backgrounds and be able to offer them the assurance that, yeah, at the end of your PhD, you will get a PhD in electrical engineering, unfortunately, but you will be doing all these social sciences stuff. So that's a tricky problem that I'm navigating, but I think I'm starting to see some promising models between co-advisors from different departments and things like that. So hopefully there are others that I can learn from to build my own lab.
Cool. Okay, let's take one more question from the audience, and then we'll wrap up with the poll and everything. Okay, so not just personal and household robots exist in societal contexts. How do we approach these problems through a socio-technical lens? What social, ethical, and bias concerns are there that are specific to robotics? Again, we're making this discussion broader and broader and broader about, ethical implications. And this, of course, has to do with commercialization. This has to do with HRI, with people buying these systems and so on.
I have a lot to add on this, just because I've been running Open Robotics Institute for quite some time, since 2012, actually. So I've been studying the ethical and social implications of robotics. And rather than going into a whole lot of them, one thing that I will mention is, we are more familiar with AI ethics issues today, be it diversity-related issues, fairness, bias problems, or transparency issues. There are software-related issues so far that we discussed. Think about those problems, but 10x that, because now you're having those kind of software systems with physical embodiment onto the robots. One of the differences between purely software systems and physical systems that we're finding out in HRI is that just by being there, robots can influence people's behaviors or decisions. The physical presence is very impactful, and that means that we are building these systems that will be able to influence people's behaviors and decisions in more or less predictive ways, because that's what we do when we collect data and then study the Gaussian distribution of it. What does it mean for us to be designing these systems that will be influencing people in mass? I think that in itself is a huge ethical question, and we cannot start to address them unless we do A, more research, and B, have more longer and detailed discussions about what kind of society we would like to develop with robots in it. Because my guess is we're not going to stop investing in robotics anytime soon. Robots will be part of our world, but that means we need to have that healthy discussion so that we have an idea of which direction we should be heading, so that we understand what are some of the harms of interacting with robots, not just safety ones, but the ones that things like robots marketing you specific products to buy, or giving you political insights to persuade you in voting this way or that way. That would be very different from you thinking about Facebook and its impact on you, for example, because you can't turn off robots or toss it into garbage in the same sense that you can turn off an app or uninstall.
I think piggybacking on that idea, I think as technologists, we tend to look glass half full at our technology. We tend to think about the positive benefits that can come as a result of the things we're working on, and we spend far too little time thinking about how the very same technology we're so passionate about developing can be used for evil, right? Can be used for harm of others. And I noticed in the question feed, several of these examples came up, right? Biased robots that get involved with policing, literally weaponizing robots to be able to harm and kill humans. There's all kinds of issues there. And I think as we develop technology that we believe will bring societal good, we need to be hand in hand focused on how that technology can be used for harm and actively trying to design and prevent those applications from being realized. it's not an easy thing to do, but if we pay attention to it as we're, developing our technologies, whether that's in academia or industry, I think we can do a much better job designing against some of those things.
Okay, so before I reveal the results, any parting thoughts that you may have on the context of, again, reminding you guys that the statement was, have companies failed because of lack of understanding in HRI? So you can take it broader, as we have been doing in the last hour and a half, but any final things you'd like to say?
Just gonna have a selfish plug in here. If you are a student with diverse background, with social science or other kind of backgrounds and interested in looking at human-robot interaction and ethics, do some cool experiments and be able to push that knowledge forward. I have lots of openings. I'm actively hiring.
Henrik, go ahead.
So I think for me, we're seeing a confluence of technology right now in terms of materials, in terms of computing, and in terms of but also in terms of understanding. We now have decent speeds, we have all of these different things, and I think this confluence is an incredibly exciting time. So we should use this to figure out how can we build much more inclusive systems, and at the same time, as I said before, figure out how can you go and collaborate with not the people sitting next to you, but the people 2 buildings over. That's where we will have the real success. So I'm very optimistic, but at the same time, I need to get people out, and certainly COVID has not helped me because I spend way too much time being isolated and not being out there. But I encourage you, once we get over this hurdle, go talk, have coffee with somebody that you don't normally have coffee with, and robotics will win.
Mary, you muted again.
Will I ever figure this out? I'm trying to behave well. I will just add one thing that just occurred to me of what we can do during the pandemic. I saw this model that Open Robotics was doing, which was getting anybody across the world to develop code, and they would provide some, training and information, and then people would code. And because it's all open source, right? It all contributes to a good cause. Of course, somebody vets and checks. But the reason that that's important to take as a model is that allows everyone to contribute and get trained. It doesn't get blocked by the pandemic because you can code and develop and do good and important stuff anywhere where you are. I mean, as long as you have access to a computer, which is a big if, but it is still more inclusive. And so I really like that model. I think people should think about that as a model for getting people activated, because yes, there are many problems and there are great things that people can do. And our field has amazing technology. So the note is on an up. No, we haven't failed. We have a ways to go, but this is a great time. It seems like a very dark time, but it is a time that presents challenges and opportunities for us. So we got to grab them.
Okay, on that happy note and optimistic note, let me give the results of the polls. So before we had 174 votes. We had 41 agree, 41% agree, 29% disagree, and 29% undecided. After, we had 132 votes, so less votes, 53% agreed, 36% disagreed, and 11% are undecided. So the change in percentage, which friends of mine have mentioned that, sample size and all that. Agree plus 11%, but minus 2 people, so. Disagree plus 7%, but minus 3 people. And undecided, minus 18%, but minus 37 people. So everybody wins. So we're good in that time. All right, so a few minutes ahead of time, but I am going to wrap up this debate. And I want to thank the panelists extremely. You brought some really insightful, really interesting perspectives and things that are, really call for actions for the community, which I think are very much appreciated, very much needed, and it's good for people to hear. So I'm actually really, really happy that this debate is also recorded, which is not the case last year. And I would really like to thank the organizers for putting such an amazing event together. I mean, Michael, the previous moderator, was a lot more eloquent than me, but he kind of talked a little bit about the history of this and the thought and effort put by this organizing committee is astounding. From the topics and the people and the technology. So getting all the, Val, the whole streaming thing, well done. And yes, there is room for improvement, especially on the diversification of the panel, for sure. But this set of organizers has done a truly amazing job. And as they posted, want to make it better, as all of us do. So thank you very much, and over to the organizers.
So this unfortunately brings us to the end of today's debates. I'd like to express the entire organizing committee's deep gratitude to all of the debaters and moderators for taking the time to prepare and present your arguments today. Your expertise and insight really made this event a delight to organize, and we hope you enjoyed participating as much as we enjoyed watching and listening. You all did a phenomenal job and deserve applause for your eloquence and cordial but competitive spirit. I also really want to thank my co-organizers, who I encourage to turn their cameras on now and wave hello again. Planning this event and then adapting to a virtual platform took a great deal of effort, and I'm thankful to have been part of really such a warm and capable team. So I want to highlight, as has been mentioned a few times already, that most of the committee this year consists of people that reached out to us after last year's debates at ICRA, after having enjoyed that. So if you're interested in organizing future events, either at ICRA 2021 or similar venues, please feel free to get in touch. We'll put information on our website at the conclusion as well, which we'll leave up for a while, that can help you get in touch with us or some other resources. We also really want to make sure that future debates involve new participants and organizers with backgrounds, perspectives, and interests that not only reflect, but also expand the diversity in our community. And we're really thankful to the audience questions that address this directly, and we will do our best moving forward. And we think it's a really important part of future versions of this. We'd also like to let you know that the Robotics and Automation Society is organizing their own debates events for sometime in July or August. The final details aren't there, but we encourage you to check out the RAS website for details in the coming weeks, and we'll post on our website when we get that information. So a few months ago, we were disheartened by the prospect of perhaps having to cancel the live workshop in Paris, but we're pleased to have brought you an online version today. We're grateful that everyone joining us today took the time to do so, and hope that this year's debates provided food for thought on some of the big picture ideas influencing roboticists and our culture. Although I'm sure many of us miss the unique atmosphere of live in-person debates, we hope that the opinion polls and question asking system helped you feel at least a little bit more connected to everyone around the world watching and participating. So to conclude, we wish you all health and safety in these strange and difficult times. And let's all hope and strive for a robotics community that is honest and critical and acutely aware of the impact its practices and institutions have, not only on its members, but in the larger world. Before we say farewell, my advisor and co-organizer, Jonathan Kelly, wants to say a few words.
Okay, thanks so much, Matt. I just wanted to chime in. I requested an ad hoc, off the cuff, 30-second final statement. I just wanted to say thanks basically to everyone. This was an experiment. It was an experiment that was started last year based on some other experiments that had occurred in other fields, and it continued to be an experiment this year, sometimes in ways we didn't expect. Initially when this was formulated at the beginning. And so Sylvia already echoed, and as Matt just mentioned as well, there are certainly room for improvement, as Hadas mentioned as well. I think going forward, right, we all have constraints and things that cause us to organize in certain ways, and we can always improve upon that. So I just wanted to finish up by saying thanks to the speakers, the moderators who participated. Much like conference fatigue that exists when you go to a conference and you spend a lot of time doing things, that we now have Zoom fatigue, right, where everyone is spending large amounts of time on Zoom, and it's fantastic for folks to take the time out of their busy schedules to actually participate in this event. So very thankful for that. And just a big shout out to the organizing committee. It's been a huge amount of effort put in by them, and I was lucky enough to tag along on this for the last year. Organizing for this event basically started almost exactly after the last event ended last year, and it's been a year-long effort to put this all together. So thank you to the organizers for doing a fantastic job. And so it's just a final note, right, it is an experiment and we need everyone. So we welcome your participation. So please, as Matt said, email, get involved, let's diversify. And the way we do that is it's all volunteer based. So if you would like to volunteer, get in touch and we will hopefully iterate this and see this happening again next year. So it's my sincere hope that I either see everyone in the form of atoms next year, 2021 in person, or I see you in the form of bits online in 2021. Either way, it would be great to continue this discussion going forward. So with that, I'll close my remarks. Thanks again, everyone. Please take care and do stay safe.
Thank you. Bye.